After splitting the first two games of this four-game series, the University of Iowa Hawkeyes and the Nebraska Cornhuskers will be playing games 3 and 4 beginning at noon today, starting here in the next 10 minutes or so. I'm Jerry Koala bringing you both of these games this afternoon. Big games that they are. They came into the series both tied in 5th place after Iowa wins game 1 on Friday by the slimmest of margins at 1-0, and 7-inning one-hit performance by Allison Ducey in the circle. Back-to-back triples scoring Arely Bogar to give Iowa its only run, and the only run they needed to win. Iowa went up into 4th place. And then yesterday it was a 4-0 win for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Got a good pitching performance from Courtney Wallace in the circle. Did the Cornhuskers. She went 7 innings. Gave up 4 hits, walked a couple of batters, did not strike out any, but Iowa unable to string together any particular hits during any one part of an inning, and they were shut out 4-0, so we're back to square one, where they are tied for 5th place once again. Some changes in the Big Ten standings coming into this final Sunday of the second-to-last weekend in the regular season play. Michigan has become the Big Ten champion once again, as they defeated Minnesota, and they've run the record to 32-5. Minnesota is in 2nd place, Northwestern in 3rd, and that's where the challenge becomes, as Illinois and Indiana are now tied for 4th place with 23-17 records, and Iowa and Nebraska tied for 6th place with 21-17 records. Illinois will come to Iowa City next weekend to finish off the regular season. What these teams are chasing is that coveted at-large berth to the NCAA softball tournament that will be announced next Sunday evening at 8 o'clock. That's the 16th of May, so we've got a whole weekend to go. But these two games are critical for both Iowa and Nebraska even to be considered going into next weekend, to be considered into the NCAA selection for the 64-team tournament that will begin in a couple of weeks. I had a chance to talk with head coach Renee Gillespie prior to the game. Getting set for the final games of the Iowa-Nebraska softball series today, a doubleheader on the Sunday morning. It was unfortunate yesterday, Coach, that they called the second game because of the threat of the rain. Rain didn't come, but maybe it was a break needed at the right time.
Yeah, I think so. The rain was coming in. We weren't sure about how soon, and it looked like it was coming in sooner than we expected. And, I think it was a good thing. Today's a beautiful day. We got a chance to get a doubleheader in with Nebraska. Two teams going head-to-head, 21-17, and we're all fighting for that same spot to get that regional bid. So it'll be a good game today.
Well, we're coming down to the final 2 weekends of the regular season in the Big Ten, and Michigan has already claimed it. They've earned it. So you kind of got to applaud them for what they're doing, but there's a lot of teams that are right there with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hutch does such a great job up in Michigan, and last night's game against Minnesota for them clinching that title. It's been Minnesota-Michigan for about the last 8 years, so it was neat to see them clinching it last night. And Michigan was tough when we played them early on in the season, and Hutch just has a way of making them ready for a postseason every year. She knows how to get them ready.
And Purdue, kind of taking the notches out of Northwestern this weekend. It doesn't surprise you, because I know when Iowa was at Purdue, there were some athletes out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every team in the Big Ten is solid. We look at the new coaches that have come into the program with Maryland and Penn State and Rutgers, and they're all getting their programs up and running again. And I wouldn't be surprised in the next few years that you're seeing all of the Big Ten schools getting selected into the regionals, because I think the level of play is getting there, and it's unfortunate we have to just play conference games this year, but you're going to see a lot of great competition coming in the Big Ten.
So we got that glut of teams right here in the middle of the Big Ten. It's Michigan, it's Northwestern, and Minnesota, and then Illinois, Iowa, Ohio State, Indiana. All those teams are right in there. That's what number one makes it fun, and very competitive.
It absolutely does. You look at from the top to the bottom, and it's a battle every single weekend. You don't have a down weekend to put in backup players and be able to do some things. You have to go every single game as if it's the regional, the last game of the season. I mean, it's really neat to be in that position, but it's tough to get the girls up. Because 4 games in a series, you ask any coach in the Big Ten, that's everything about everybody, and it's who's going to be able to grind it out for that last game of the series.
How'd you like the way the schedule has turned out this year? It's just been a weekend series after weekend series, and 44 games played. in the Big Ten only. I know you'd probably like to play some non-conference games in there, during the week, that kind of thing. But how, in your mind, how's it turned out?
Yeah, I think it's been good for us to see all of the conference schools because usually in our regular season we get maybe 5 of the schools that we don't get a chance to see every year. So this year was really fun to be able to see every single Big Ten school. It would have been nice to have some outside of region competition, but it is what it is. I guess that's the Iowa saying, and we just have to focus on being able to be the best we can with the four team series that we have every weekend. And it's been nice not having the midweek game, is getting the girls kind of focused on their academics and being able to really focus on the weekend series.
Do you think this is kind of an experiment through the Big Ten offices that, hey, let's see how this works out, and maybe it might be the scheduling of the future?
Yeah, I know they looked at that as maybe doing some pool and being able to play everybody, but I think because we need to play the outside, the different regions, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we'll go back to our normal scheduled series, a 3-game series starting next year. And it's unfortunate you don't get a chance to play everybody in the Big Ten, but it's also fun to be able to play outside the conference.
That is head coach Renee Gillespie talking about, number one, the conference and the schedule that they have just gone through this entire softball season, where they're going to get a chance to play every Big Ten team. And I think that's the best way to go about declaring a champion in the Big Ten. You got to play everybody, but probably not going to be the thing of the future. Let's go to public address announcer Kelly Neff and our national anthem. Getting you set for college softball this afternoon, the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Nebraska Cornhuskers in a doubleheader from Bob Pearl Field on the campus of the University of Iowa in Iowa City. I'm Jerry Koala. Both of the calls here today have been with this softball team all season long. They're a wonderful group to watch. Allison Ducey will be in the circle here today. Allison pitched in Game 1 on Friday, went 7 innings, gave up a hit, no runs as the Hawks won the game 1-0. She struck out 6 and walked 2 batters and facing 24. Great defense in the field during that game. Nebraska had placed a bunch of pressure on this defense in various innings where they had runners on. Iowa able to come through, getting 1 out at a time to keep Nebraska from getting on the scoreboard. So Allison is looking for now her 9th win of the season. She was 8-4 after the win on Friday, so she comes in with a 2.06 ERA. This will be her 13th game started. She has 8 complete games, her 17th appearance. She with 81 2/3 innings pitched, giving up a total of 70 hits, 28 runs, 24 earned. She's walked 22 and struck out 86. She is at 712 for her career. She will begin this softball game throwing to Billy Andrews, who steps into the right-handed batter's box. Andrews for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, a sensational freshman player, averaging .303 coming into this game. As her average has begun to dip a little bit. She was .310 coming in on Friday. The Hawks have done a nice job keeping her off the bases. 1 for 6 at the plate coming into the game today, with a strikeout and a walk. And the first pitch that Allison Ducey throws to her, she throws by Billy Andrews. So we're underway here at Bob Pearl Field right at the noon hour. Welcome to a Sunday afternoon of University of Iowa Hawkeye softball broadcasting. No balls and one strike on the freshman Billy Andrews. Here's the 0-1. It's now become no balls and two strikes as she fouls it back towards the backstop. They talked about Iowa and Nebraska coming into the series, both tied for fifth in the league standings. They're now both tied for fifth with 21-17 records. Cornhuskers coming off a sweep of Maryland last weekend. The weekend before that, they had been lost 3 of 4 against the University of Wisconsin, same Wisconsin team that beat this Iowa team 3 games out of 4. Here is the 0-2. Alice Aducey going right at Billy Andrews. Andrews able to get a piece of that one and foul it into the backstop. Andrews at 303 with 37 hits, 122 at-bats. 4 doubles, a couple of triples. She has hit 7 home runs on the season. Here is the 0-2, and it's one that's inside. Nearly brushing her, but doesn't make contact with her. Nebraska as a team hitting home runs has hit Nebraska has hit 31 home runs coming into the series and into this weekend. They won yesterday. They scratched a number of runs across, 3 of them in the top of the 4th inning on 3 hits and a couple of Iowa errors. Actually, 3 Iowa errors in that 3-run inning that allowed Nebraska to take the 3-0 lead. 2-2 pitch and a swing and a miss. Billy Andrews went up after one that was eyeball high and a little bit outside, so that's the first out of the top of the first. And the first strikeout of the game for Allison Ducey. She'll be facing Kaylin Kinney now. Kinney, the freshman out of Cedar Rapids, prepping at Kennedy High School. Kaylin will be in the circle for Nebraska today. So Nebraska with 3 pretty sharp pitchers, Kaylin Kinney being one of them, and as a freshman. Here's the first pitch to her, one that is called strike one on the outside corner. Saw a good pitching performance yesterday from Courtney Wallace. Went the full 7 innings, gave up 4 hits, couple of walks she had, but she had enough defense behind her and offense, too, to win that game 4-0. Here's the 0-1 to Kaylin Kinney, one that she'll bounce right to. Kalena Burns at first base, scoops and steps on the bag for the second out of the inning. Ashley Hamilton playing third, Grace Baines at short, Ariely Bogar at second, Kalena Burns at first base. Allison Ducey in the circle, and Marissa Peak is behind the plate today. Riley Sheehy out in left field, Briley Klosterman in center, and Nia Carter in right for the Hawkeye defense. 2 outs, and it's Cam Ybarra at the plate. Ybarra 3 for 7 on the weekend. One of those hits was a double. She was 3 for 4 yesterday, so all 3 of her hits were in yesterday's 4-0 win for Nebraska. Here's the 1-0 from Allison Ducey. Pitch, it's called strike one on the outside corner. Allison tried to test the width and height of this strike zone from this umpire. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 gone in Nebraska's top of the first inning. Here is the 1-1, a pitch that Ybarra will hit between Kalena Burns and Ariely Bogar. So Cam Ybarra continuing her hot hitting streak, 3 for 4 yesterday, now 1 for 1 today with a single. At first base with 2 outs, it brings up Courtney Wallace. Courtney Wallace will be the designated player today. Wallace coming in with a .217 batting average, 15 hits and 69 at-bats. Here's one that she'll ground to Ariely Bogar at second base. Ariely with the pickup and the throw to Kalena Burns at first, and that'll end Nebraska in the top of the first inning. They get a runner on a single by Cam Ybarra, can't move her forward. So we go to the bottom of the first. It'll be Briley Klosterman, Riley Sheehy, and Denali Lecker for the Hawks. When we move into the bottom of the first, then they come to the plate. So in other Iowa sports, the University of Iowa baseball team won the series against Penn State this weekend, splitting the doubleheader yesterday, losing 5-4 in Game 3, but winning the second game 5-3 and winning Game 1 4-2 on Friday. So the Hawkeye baseball team currently in a tie for fourth place with Maryland with a 21-14 record behind Michigan, Indiana, and Nebraska. The Hawks will be hosting Illinois next weekend beginning Friday. A 3-game series, that's a 6 o'clock start time. Illinois currently in 8th place in the Big Ten with a 15-16 record through this weekend. After Illinois, the Hawks will finish the season on the road at Northwestern and at Michigan State the weekend of May 30. Kaylin Kinney will be in the circle for Nebraska for this game. The freshman out of Cedar Rapids making her 4th start, her 14th appearance. She doesn't have any complete games pitched. She's thrown 31 in the 3rd innings, 33 hits. She's given up 19 runs, 18 of them earned for her 4.02 ERA. She's walked 12 batters and struck out 14. Had a sensational career at Cedar Rapids Kennedy High School, but that all in the past because Division I softball is a whole lot different. She's getting a piece of that, but she's also getting the experience necessary to be able to adapt to it and grow into it. Riley Klosterman with the .320 batting average steps into the left-handed batter's box for the Hawks, and she'll take a ball from Kaylin Kinney on the first pitch. Klosterman, 31 hits and 97 at-bats on the season. Her extra base hits are 3 triples and a home run. Here is the 1-0 that she swings at, is now 1 ball and 1 strike. She hit a solo home run in the 4th game of the Rutgers series to begin that game. After that weekend, she was selected as the Big Ten's co-freshman of the week, along with the young lady pitching to her right now, Kaylin Kinney. Kinney from the plate a week ago had 3 home runs in their sweep of Maryland. Bradley Klosterman has 2 home runs on the season. Her first 2 as an Iowa Hawkeye. She's up in the count at 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1 that's outside, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Bradley yesterday started the on Friday, started Friday's game off with a single, followed that with a double. Here's a swing and a miss on 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Bradley Klosterman. Started the series off with a crushing hit to right center field, then she followed that with a double. Neither at bat did she score, and she was 0 for 3 in Game 1. Walked, grounded out, and reached on an error in Game 2 yesterday. Here's one that she'll lift up into the infield. It'll drift out into shallow left field, and coming in to make the catch is Abby Squire. And that'll be first out of the Iowa Hawkeye, bottom of the 1st inning. Riley Sheehy steps to the plate. Sheehy 2 for 5 in the series with a strikeout. .279 batting average, 29 hits, 104 at-bats, couple of doubles and a triple to her credit, batting in the number 2 spot. Was hit by a pitch to begin with yesterday when she and Bradley Klosterman first got on in the bottom of the 1st inning. Made it all the way to 2nd and 3rd base, and the Hawks then had themselves shut down due to a double play on a fly out and a double off of the bag. Iowa ended up losing that game 4-0. No balls and 1 strike now on the junior from Newtown, Pennsylvania, Riley Sheehy. One ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from the freshman Kaylin Kinney. Pitch that is called strike 2 in the outside corner. Sheehy in Game 1 was 2 for 3. That extended her hitting streak to 8 games. And she was 0 for 2 in the second game yesterday, so that ended that 8-game hitting streak. She's hit safely in 22 games on the season, 6 multi-hit games, 2 of them 3-hit games. Back early in the season against Michigan State in the first game of that 2-game series, and then in the second game of the Northwestern series here, did Riley Sheehy have 3 hits in that series. Otherwise, she has 4 2-hit games. Has been very instrumental in this University of Iowa softball season. Full count now on Riley Sheehy. 1 gone. Here's the pitch from Kaylin Kinney, a pitch that she'll ground right to third base. Brooke Andrews, and across the diamond to Huscroft, who's playing first base. And that's 2 gone in Iowa's bottom of the first inning. Denali Lecker comes up to the plate now, batting in the number 3 spot as the designated player today. Denali had been playing first base exclusively all the way back to the beginning of the Northwestern series, through Northwestern, at Minnesota, at Rutgers. And the first 2 games of this series. And today she's going to become the designated player as Kalena Burns, who's on deck, is playing first base today. Denali, a .324 hitter, 33 hits, 102 at-bats, 8 doubles. She's hit 4 home runs. Here is the 0-1 to her, an off-speed pitch that's down and in. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Iowa with 18 home runs on the season. 8 of them came a weekend ago out in Rutgers in that 4-game sweep of the Scarlet Knights. Here's the 1-1 that Denali will lace down the left field line and foul just in front of head coach Renee Gillespie. Hawks in their white jersey top with the black letter outlined by the yellow. And with the black pant on and the white stirrup sock with the 3 stripes on it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here it comes from Kaylin Kinney to Denali. She'll again foul it back. 2 freshmen never saw each other last year in high school, as Denali from Ogden in a lesser class, Class 2A. And Kaylin Kinney pitched and hit the Cedar Rapids Kennedy Cougar softball team to a state title last year, their first ever. A really fine softball team that it was. Happened to see them a number of times the last couple of years. She's certainly very instrumental in the success of that program. But there are a number of other athletes. That Kennedy program, it will be another good one this year. Count remains the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes. On Denali Lecker, here comes the pitch from Kaylin Kinney that's up and away. Trying to get Denali to chase, and she doesn't, so it evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Denali had a 5-game hitting streak going earlier this season. That was 8 out of 9. First game against Indiana was one that she didn't have a hit. Here's one she gets turned around on, but she hits it well foul. In the softball diamond to the west of this one here, Bob Pearl Field. Turned out to be a really nice day. It was breezy this morning, cool, chilly, as you can imagine the mornings are here in mid-May in the Midwest. It's really turning out to be quite a nice day. Here's the 2-2 again to Denali Lecker. This one's up and away again. So Denali's worked the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs. Riley Klosterman flew out to left. Riley Sheehy grounded to third, and Denali Lecker, the third batter in the lineup, at the plate with a full count on her. Scoreless. We're in the bottom of the first. Here's the 3-2 from Kaylin Kinney. It's fouled on the right field line, but far enough away from Huscroft from first. Ybarra at second. And the right fielder, Peyton Glatter, neither could get to him. So Denali will have another chance, another pitch in this at-bat with a 3-2 pitch. Here is the 3-2. Again, an off-speed pitch and a nice piece of hitting by Denali Lecker. She began to swing, then held up, and then saw where that pitch was going and had enough strength to rip it to the right of the shortstop, Billy Andrews. And so with 2 outs, a single by Denali Lecker puts her at first base, and it brings up Kalena Burns. Burns 0 for 6 on the series. He was 0 for 3 yesterday and 0 for 3 on Friday. With a .265 batting average, has 22 hits and 83 at-bats, 4 doubles and 4 home runs. Here's one she hits right down the third base line, just to the left of third base. Home plate umpire was right there and right on the call. And so Kalena could have turned that one into extra bases, maybe even an opportunity for Denali Lecker to score from first, but we'll have to come back. But she was on top of that pitch right now. No balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Kaylin Kinney, an off-speed pitch that's popped up now down the first base line and foul. And the catch by the catcher, Annie Rayleigh, will end the Hawks in the bottom of the first inning. They get a runner on a single by Denali Lecker, can't move her forward. So heading into the top of the second inning, we're scoreless between Iowa and Nebraska in game 1 of a doubleheader. And the number 5 hitter for Nebraska, Peyton Glatter, will be at the plate when play resumes. So Allison Ducey makes it through the first inning, giving up a single to Cam Ybarra. Heading into the top of the second inning, we're scoreless, each team with 1 hit. Peyton Glatter will step into the batter's box. Glatter in the series is 0 for 6 with a couple of strikeouts. She comes in with a .208 batting average, 16 hits in 77 at-bats. She's got a couple of doubles and 3 home runs. Here is the first pitch to her. And she looks at a pitch that's down and away. Glatter yesterday was 0 for 4 with a strikeout. And 0 for 2 on Friday. Here's the 1-0 from Allison Ducey. Pitch that she throws right by Glatter, swings and misses. Glatter yesterday bounced out 3 times to the infield of the Hawks and struck out once against Lauren Shaw. Here's the 1-1 pitch that is fouled to the backstop. Allison Ducey looking like she's really getting into the rhythm of things here at this part of the season. Coming off of last year, Allison had a strong 2020 going until the pandemic put everything to a halt. 6-2 record last year. Here is the 1-2 that's just off the plate of 2 balls and 2 strikes. Had a 1.71 ERA. Coming out of last year, 68 1/3 innings pitched. Seemed to be getting into the groove, and then the pandemic hit like it did everybody. So it's taken her a little while to get deeper into a rhythm this year. Here's the 2-2 that is hit out to left field and will go fouled on the third base line, left field line, by Peyton Glatter. Glatter, the junior right fielder. Ranks second among active Huskers with 42 career RBIs at Nebraska. Here's a pitch that she'll foul back into the backstop. So the count remains the same at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Glatter last year started 22 of the 23 games, hitting 197 with 13 hits and 66 at-bats, a double and 3 home runs. Again, that was a year ago. Coming into this series, 16 of 71 at 25 games started and 29 played. Here's one that she'll bounce right to Kalena Burns. Burns does a nice job to reach out to her right, gather herself, and touch first base all by herself. That's one gone. In Nebraska's top of the second inning, we head into the number 6 hitter with Abby Squire. Squire, the freshman left fielder. Here's the first pitch from Alice Aducey, one that Squire gets a good cut at. Can't connect. She's 1 for 6 in the series with a run scored and an RBI. She singled in yesterday's third inning and scored the second run. Her single scored Courtney Wallace. Here's one that she'll bounce down the third base line, picked up by Ashla Hamilton across the diamond. A low throw, but Kalena Burns doing a nice job to get that glove on top of the dirt and scoop it up so quickly. Nebraska down to 2 outs in their top of the second inning, and it's Annie Rayleigh stepping to the plate. Annie Rayleigh 1 for 6 in the series through 2 games, a couple of strikeouts. Had an RBI yesterday. Here is the first pitch to her. That's called strike 1. Rayleigh batted in the number 9 spot yesterday. Had an RBI single in that top of the third inning, which Nebraska scored 3 runs. They had 3 hits, and again, 3 Hawkeye errors in that third inning was the Hawkeyes' doom for yesterday. Just not a good outing for the Hawks at all, especially in that inning. Pitch that's outside, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on the junior Annie Rayleigh catching today. Here is the 1-1 that she takes a cut at and misses. So she's down on the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Annie Rayleigh has caught all 3 games this weekend behind the plate. She had started 17 games at catcher. Here is the 1-2 that she'll lift foul back into the press box. When Annie Rayleigh hasn't been behind the plate as a catcher, she has appeared as a pinch runner 31 times over her career. That coach Rhonda Ravel getting everything out of those athletes that she can. Here's the 1-2 that Alice Aducey will bounce across the plate, so it's ball 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Annie Rayleigh. Junior out of Clovis, California. Infield at normal depth for the Hawks. Here's the 2-2 that's lifted high and will go foul. Probably bounce right on top of the press box. Just behind us. So the count remains the same at 2-2. We're in the top of the second. 2 gone, and Nebraska's at bat. And it's the number 7 hitter for Nebraska, Annie Rayleigh, at the plate. Here is the 2-2 that Allison throws right by her. Allison in a rhythm. Her second strikeout of the game and the third out of the top of the second inning. Through 1.5. We're scoreless. Iowa coming to bat. It'll be Grace Baines, Nia Carter, and Marissa Peak when we continue play here at Bob Pearl Field on the University of Iowa campus.
Step in preventing the spread of COVID-19 and protect you as well as those around you. In addition, be aware of your personal space and honor social distancing as best as possible. Thank you for your cooperation. Together we can stop the spread.
So Kaylin Kinney has slowly been getting some starts in the circle for Nebraska, pitching here today for sure. She earned her first career win against Wisconsin on the 24th of April a few weeks ago. That a Wisconsin series that Wisconsin would win 3 of the 4 games. a game that Nebraska would lose. She was able to pitch 5 2/3 innings. She also pitched 2 more innings on that same day, giving up no hits. And then last Saturday against Maryland, she started and allowed just 1 run in 5 innings. She did leave the game with the lead, but did not factor in that decision in that Maryland game, which would have been on the 1st of May. It was a sweep for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. On the first pitch by Grace Baines, she'll chop it to Billy Andrews at shortstop. She bobbled it, but it was close enough to her she could pick it up and get it across the diamond to Huscraft at first base, and 1 gone in Iowa's bottom of the 2nd inning. Nia Carter now will step into the batter's box and left-handed. She's batting in the 6th spot today. Head coach Renee Gillespie moved her up to the number 3 spot in yesterday's 2nd game, which really very strategic move with Klosterman and Sheehy and Nia Carter, trying to get all 3 of them active. Looks at the first pitch, it's ball 1. Here's the 1-0 from Kaylin Kinney to Nia Carter. She does a great job of bunting down the first base line, and all of a sudden now she turned right. The ball got away from the first baseman out into right field. Nia began to go to second, but recognized that the right fielder had backed that play up. Peyton Glatter had backed it up, and Nia quickly retreats back to first base. So a bunt single for Nia Carter puts her on first base, and it'll bring up Marissa Peak. Peak has been starting at catcher all of the Rutgers series and all of the Minnesota series. And so far, the 3 games against Nebraska. Here is the first pitch to her that's inside, so it's ball 1. Marissa Peak 0 for 6 on the weekend, 0 for 3 yesterday, 0 for 3 on Friday. Here is the 1-0 to her. Nia Carter at first. Here's a ground ball through Billy Andrews on just to her left. Great piece of hitting there by Marissa Peak. She laced that line drive to the left of Billy Andrews. Couldn't get to it. So Iowa now with 1 out has back-to-back singles. And Ashley Hamilton, the left-hander, coming to the plate. And head coach Rhonda Revelle coming out to the circle. Going to talk a little bit of strategy here with this Nebraska infield. Grace Baines started the inning grounding out to Billy Andrews at short. Nia Carter followed that with a bunt single, and Marissa Peak now with a single that moves Nia Carter to second base. Ashley Hamilton will be at the plate. Ashley came in the top of the 5th inning yesterday to replace Sammy Diaz at third base and promptly hit a double in her first at-bat and singled. She was 2 for 2 yesterday. And is at the plate right now. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Here's the first pitch from Kaylin Kinney, one that's down and away, almost gets away from the catcher Annie Raley, but she does a nice job to contain it, not allowing those runners to move forward. So it's 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0 from Kaylin Kinney. And it's a pitch that up and away, so it's 2 balls and no strikes. This will be a good hitting pitch here for Ashley Hamilton. Kinney going to almost have to come to her, put it in a hitting zone. Ashley pretty good with that bat. Knows how to hit things to the opposite field. Here's the 2-0 that is down and away. She goes after it, swings at a bad pitch. Makes it 2 balls and 1 strike. Ashley Hamilton, the number 8 hitter out of Cedar Rapids, prepping at Kennedy High School. Prior to yesterday's only hit, their last hit was against Rutgers last weekend. Here's one that she'll lift foul back behind the press box. So that evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Marissa Peak at first base after singling, pushing Nia Carter to second base, who had gotten on a bunt single. 1 out, 2-2 count on the senior Ashley Hamilton. Nebraska defense is really deep at all their positions. Here is the 2-2 that's up and in on her. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Outfield looks like they're playing a step shallow, but straight away on Ashley Hamilton. Hamilton laced that double down the left field line yesterday. Here is the 3-2, up and in. Ashley Hamilton draws a walk. That'll load up the bases with 1 out, and it brings up Arely Bogar, also a senior, batting in the number 9 spot. Bogar 0 for 1 yesterday, 1 for 2 on Friday. And it was a double, actually a triple, that was followed by a triple from Bradley Klosterman that gave the Hawks their only run on Friday, and enough to win the game 1-0 as the first pitch, strike 1. 1 out, bases full of Hawkeyes. Arely Bogar, the number 9 hitter at the plate. Looking at Kaylin Kinney, here's the pitch. One that Arely gets a cut at, misses. So she's quickly down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Ashley Hamilton at first, Marissa Peak at second, and Nia Carter at third base. Head coach Renee Gillespie, the third base coach, giving instructions. Here's the 0-2 from Kinney, a pitch that Arely will swing at and miss. So it's 2 gone. That's the first strikeout for Kaylin Kinney. And it brings up the top of the order in Bradley Klosterman. Bradley flew out to Abby Squire in left field in her first at-bat. Bradley 2 for 5 in the series coming into today's game, so she now 2 out of 6. Had 2 hits in Friday's game 1, a single and a double. Here is the first pitch to her that's up and in on her, so it's ball 1. Don't know for sure if Iowa City Liberty played Cedar Rapids Kennedy last year in the regular season or not. They would have played against each other. Here's the 1-0. It's called strike 1, so 1 ball and 1 strike on the freshman Bradley Klosterman. Bradley been on a terror coming into the series. Had hit safely in 6 of 7 games, made it 7 of 8 on Monday. Here is the 1-1 that's down and away. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. She 0 for 2 yesterday with a walk. So that ended, well, that I guess extended, made it 7 of 9 games that she's hit safely. But she's the reigning Big Ten co-freshman of the week for her performance a week ago in the Rutgers series. Hit her first couple home runs. Here's the 2-1. That's a little high, so it's ball 3. 1 strike on Bradley Klosterman, the freshman, with the bases full of Hawkeyes, 2 outs, and a 3-1 count on the freshman leadoff hitter for the Hawks. Here's the pitch, a pitch that's upstairs, and Kaylin Kinney's going to walk in the first run of the day, and that's Nia Carter scoring from third. It moves Marissa Peak to third base, Ashley Hamilton to second, and Bradley Klosterman now at first base. Brings up Riley Sheehy. Sheehy grounded out to third base in her first at-bat. Iowa leads this game 1-0. We're just in the bottom of the second inning. With the bases loaded, the Hawks want to blow this game open right here. And now with Trina Prater, first base coach, coming and talking to Riley Sheehy and the at-bat, and head coach Renee Gillespie, they weren't allowing the base runners to go get in that circle, and the umpires quickly recognized that and pushed Marissa Peak back to third base. 2 outs. Hawks lead at 1-0. Nia Carter just walked in on the at-bat at Bradley Klosterman. Here's a pitch that gets away from the catcher. On the move to the plate is Marissa Peak. She'll score. Annie Rayleigh got to the backstop to pick up the ball, got it to Kaylin Kinney, but she was unable to hang on to it. She would have had Marissa Peak at the plate had she caught it, but Marissa Peak will score on the error by Kaylin Kinney and give the Hawks a 2-0 lead. The runners move up to second and third. Roddy Klosterman at second and Ashley Hamilton to third. And it's a 1-0 count to Riley Sheehy. Now it's 1-1 strike on the junior out of Newtown, Pennsylvania. 2 for 5 in the series coming into today's game. Again, grounded out to third. She was 0 for 2 yesterday and 2 for 3 on Friday. Here is the 1-1. That's an off-speed pitch that bounces across the plate. So it's 2-1 strike. Certainly the Hawks would like to keep this inning going with runners in scoring position. Don't get that opportunity quite often. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Kaylin Kenny. A pitch that's up and in. So it's ball 3. Already 2 walks in the inning and 2 base hits for the Hawks against the freshman Kaylin Kinney, and a 2-0 lead. Here's the 3-1, and it's a pitch that's called strike 2. Rowley thought maybe it was ball 4. She was about ready to pitch the bat over towards the dugout, but the umpire quickly halts that, makes it a full count at 3-2 strikes. Here's the 3-2 to Riley Sheehy. She lines it into the netting around the backstop. Currently 55 degrees, looking for an afternoon high today of around 60, so will turn out to be quite nice. Northeasterly wind at about 15 miles per hour. The flags are standing. Here is the 3-2, a pitch that Riley would do the very same thing with that pitch, fouled it into the netting. Yeah, the flags are an indication of the kind of breeze that's blowing out here, out of the north-northeast. But again, no rain expected. The sun's trying to peek out here. Will really be quite nice, warm things up a little bit better after the 1.5-inch rain received last night. Here's the 3-2 again to Riley Sheehy. This one jams her. She fouls it this time into the Hawkeye dugout and back out into the playing field, so she'll remain at the plate for this at-bat. Remember the hit that she had off of Emily Gooden, the pitcher of Indiana, in the bottom of the 10th inning a month ago. So the Hawks to win that game 4 when she scored Sammy Diaz on that line drive. Here's the 3-2 again to Riley Sheehy. This one she'll foul back into the backstop. Bases are loaded for the Hawks. Hawks have 2 runs in. Nia Carter, Marissa Peak have both scored. Riley Klosterman at second, Ashley Hamilton at third. Here is the 3-2 again to Riley Sheehy, an off-speed pitch. She does a nice job to wait on, and again will foul it back behind the backstop. Having a really good at-bat is Riley Sheehy, who a year ago started 13 games of the 22 played, had 12 hits and 32 at-bats for a .375 average that was shortened by the pandemic. Here's the 3-2 again. And again, she fouls it down the left field line and foul out of play. Had her 8-game hitting streak stopped in the second game of this series yesterday. She had hit safely in 8 consecutive games, dating all the way back to the second game of the Minnesota series. 3 of those games were 2-hit, multi-hit games. Here is the 3-2 again. This one's up and in on her. And that's the 3rd walk. What an at-bat for Riley Sheehy. Good patience to find the right pitch to swing at. So she draws a walk and will reload the bases with her at first. Bridie Klosterman at second and Ashley Hamilton at third. Brings up Denali Lecker, singled in her first at-bat back in the bottom of the first inning. Was stranded at first base. Did a nice job on an off-speed pitch to hold off and rip it into left field. Here's the first pitch, hit down the left field line. Had it been fair, it would have been a grand slam. But this one goes foul and well out of play, so it's just strike 1 on Denali Lecker. Lecker leading this team in hitting at .320. She and Klosterman tied at .320. Here is the 0-1 from Kaylin Kinney. Pitch that's up and away, so it's 1-1 strike on the freshman from Ogden. .324 after yesterday's game. 33 hits, 102 at-bats, 8 doubles and 4 home runs. And now Annie Rayleigh will head out to the circle and have a chat with Kaylin Kinney. Been a long half inning for Nebraska. Already given up 2 runs to the Hawks. Bases are full of Hawkeyes right now. What a base hit could do for the Hawks in this one to blow this game open. All set now. Denali Lecker right back into the right-handed batter's box. A 1-1 count on her, 2 gone. Bases loaded. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Kaylin Kinney. A pitch to that Denali out in the left field. It's a fair ball. And it gets past the left fielder, Abby Squire. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. And the 3rd run is also in. Ashley Hamilton, Briley Klosterman, and Riley Sheehy all score on the double by Denali Lecker. It was just in fair play down the left field line by no more than a foot. And it got past the left fielder out there, Abby Squire. And it's a 3-run double for Denali Lecker. And that isn't the first time that she has delivered a 3-run double or a 3-run home run. That'll bring up Kalena Burns. Off-speed pitch. She takes a cut at it and misses. Iowa now leading this game 5-0. 5 runs here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. 3 of them on the 3-run double just hit by Denali Lecker. Kalena Burns popped up to catcher Annie Rayleigh in her last at-bat. Burns hitting at .265. Here's the 0-1 that now becomes 1 ball and 1 strike. 22 hits in 84 at-bats, 4 doubles and 4 home runs. And for Denali Lecker, that is her 9th double of the season and her 25th, 26th, and 27th RBIs. Here's the 1-1 that Burns will foul into the backstop. Denali Lecker had a 3-run home run in the Rutgers series. Had a 2-run home run in the Indiana series. And here's one that's dribbled over to Huscroft at first base. And she'll pick it up and step on first to end the Hawks in the bottom of the 2nd inning. But Iowa gets 5 runs on 3 hits and 3 base on balls. Makes things happen, opens up a 5-0 lead heading into the top of the 3rd inning. It'll be the number 8 hitter, Peyton Huscroft, when play continues. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Softball. Well, that'll certainly help Allison Ducey in the circle here with those 5 runs scored in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Allison, pitcher of the week after her performances last weekend at Rutgers. She tossed her first no-hitter in her career in the 18th in University of Iowa program history in Sunday's 5-inning victory. She also recorded her 700th career strikeout. She's now up to 713. She was named the Big Ten's Pitcher of the Week. That's the 4th time that she has received that award as the weekly Player of the Week. So now Nebraska sends Peyton Huscroft to the plate, the left-handed hitting Huscroft, and her first at bat. Now trailing 5-0 to the Hawks, facing the senior Allison Ducey. Here is the 1-0 that she'll foul off of Marissa Peak behind the plate, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Iowa sent 9 batters to the plate in that bottom of the 2nd inning to score those 5 runs. And more importantly, as the 1-1 now becomes 1 ball and 2 strikes, that Iowa was able to have the bases loaded twice, and both times they were able to get at least 1, if not 2. But a 3-run double by Denali Lecker helped the Hawks extend that 2 runs to a 5-run bottom of the 2nd inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Huscroft. Here is the 1-2 that is rolled across the plate. Must be a new pitch by Allison Ducey. Here is the 2-2 that now becomes 3 balls and 2 strikes on Peyton Huscroft. Huscroft is a 200 hitter. This is just her 2nd game started and 4th played on the season. And she'll draw ball 4. That pitch down and away. So that's the first walk issued by Allison Ducey here today. And the 23rd of the season for the senior out of Ankeny. And now a pinch runner going to come in for Peyton Huscroft. That's Brooke Andrews. Brooke Andrews playing third base as they're using a designated player. So Brooke Andrews coming in to run here in the top of the 3rd inning for Peyton Huscroft. It brings up Caitlin Neal, the freshman center fielder, the left-hander. Caitlin Neal with the 208 batting average. Here's the first pitch to her. She swings at and misses. 10 hits and 48 at-bats. This is her 17th game started and 27th played. She has 2 doubles as her extra base hits. That's 6 RBIs, has a teammate in front of her in Brooke Andrews running for Peyton Huscroft. Here's the 0-1, another pitch that she'll swing at and this time foul it into the backstop. So she's quickly down in the count. It's Caitlin Neal. She named the preseason Big Ten Newcomer of the Year by D1 Softball. Also, prior to coming to the University of Nebraska, she was a member of the United States Under-17 Women's National Team. Here's the 0-2 to her that she'll lift foul and out of play. Count remains the same at no balls and 2 strikes. Iowa leading 5-0. We're in the top of the 3rd inning. Game 1 of the doubleheader today on this Sunday afternoon. Mother's Day Sunday afternoon. Here's the 0-2 from Allison Ducey that's fouled into the netting behind the backstop, so the count will remain the same for Caitlin Neal. Caitlin Neal, part of the fantastic freshman that had a great weekend against Maryland. Neal started 3 games in right field that weekend. Here's a swing and a miss. That's the 3rd strikeout for Allison Ducey in the game. It's the first out of the inning. Head to the top of the order where Billy Andrews will come to the plate. She struck out in her first at-bat. Got a teammate on first base, and Brooke Andrews running for Peyton Huscroft, who had drawn a walk. Billy Andrews with her .303 batting average. Here's the first pitch to her that she swings at and misses. Having a rough weekend as she is. She had been on a tear in the Maryland series. She was 6-for-11. She had 3 home runs hit and 6 runs batted in. She part of the Big Ten's Co-Freshman of the Week award, along with Bradley Klosterman, who had the same type of weekend in Rutgers last weekend. Billy squares to bunt, a pitch that's up and in on her. She quickly retreats backwards so it doesn't hit her or the bat to foul it back, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. She has won 4 of the 8 Freshman of the Week honors the Big Ten has awarded this season, so she's been a very productive freshman in the top of the lineup for the Cornhuskers. Here's the 1-1 that's down and in. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Sister Brooke is at first base and playing third base on the field without any official at-bats. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Allison Ducey, a pitch that is called strike 2 in the outside corner. 2-2 on the freshman Billy Andrews. She ranks 4th in the Big Ten in runs and RBIs, 6th in steals, and she's had a couple of triples. 2 triples to her credit to go along with 4 doubles and 7 home runs. Here's one that she'll hit out to right field, right at Nia Carter. A line drive in the opposite direction. She hits to Nia Carter, and Nia right there to make the play. So that's 2 gone. That's just a huge out. That's the top of the order. And you can get that player to line out, ground out, strike out, whatever it might be. You're doing your team a favor. 2 outs, runner at first, and it's Kaylin Kinney at the plate. She bounced back to Alice Aducey in her first at bat. Here's one that she'll hit out to right field, right to Nia Carter. She's going to first base, and they get Kaylin Kinney running down the line. It was a hard line drive out to Nia Carter. She came in strongly for it, picked it right up, had really plenty of time to get the ball to Kalena Burns at first, and she does so. So it looked like a sure single out to right field turns into a ground out as Nia Carter to Kalena Burns for out number 3, and that will end Nebraska in the top of the 3rd inning. We head into the bottom of the 3rd. Iowa leads at 5-0, and it'll be Grace Baines to start off this at-bat for the Hawkeyes. She's making a habit out of that, isn't she? So in other sports news around the University of Iowa, the men's Big Ten, the men's golf team, University of Iowa men's golf team will be in the NCAA Regionals next weekend at Tumble Creek Golf and Country Club in Clay Elam, Washington, which is just east of Seattle, about an hour and a half. I was right out by there a couple of weeks ago on a vacation. Beautiful scenery out there. Hopefully that doesn't get in the way of the Hawks and their ability to maybe go on from the regionals to the national championship. In the Big Ten championships, the Hawks finished second, but Mac McClear was the individual champion at 1 under 215. He's the 4th Big Ten champion in history. Alex Shockey finished in a tie for second. He and McClear also were all on the all-championship team. Garrett Teig finished in a tie for 10th. This will be the 11th NCAA regional appearance for the Hawks since 2009. It is a par 71, 7,122 golf course, the Tumble Creek Golf and Country Club in Clay Elam, Washington. Congratulations to the University of Iowa men's golf team. Leading off for the Hawks, Grace Baines. She led off the last inning for the Hawks when they scored their 5 runs. She grounded out to Billy Andrews at shortstop. Baines, a 190 hitter coming into the game today at 20 of 105. So he's now 20 of 106. Here's the 1-0 pitch to her that's now down and in. 2 balls and no strikes. Grace, 1 for 3 on the series with a strikeout. Had the hit in yesterday's game. That was supposed to be a doubleheader that turned out to be just a single game. She singled in her second at bat and was stuck at first base. Here's the 2-0. That's now 3 balls and no strikes, and Annie Rayleigh now will head out to the circle and have a chat with Kaylin Kinney, the freshman. Annie Rayleigh, a junior catcher, trying to calm Kaylin Kinney down in the circle. Here is the 3-0 that's down and in, so Grace Baines will draw another walk. There were 3 of them in the bottom of the second inning. And Baines starts off this inning with a walk. That's the 4th walk issued by Kaylin Kinney. Wonder how long head coach Rhonda Revelle will let this go on before she decides to make a change. I wouldn't be surprised if they go to Courtney Wallace. But we'll see. Baines at first. Here's the a dribbler by Nia Carter. They get the force at second on Baines. Nice play by Brooke Andrews from third base, charging down the third base line to get that and go right to second base. For that out, that puts Nia Carter at first base on the fielder's choice. They didn't have a chance to make the relay for a chance at a double play. And so it brings up Marissa Peak. Marissa Peak singled in her last at-bat and scored one of the 5 runs that were scored. Here's one that will dribble across home plate. So it's ball 1. 1 out, and Iowa's bottom of the third. Grace Baines had walked. She was forced at second on the infield hit by Nia Carter, who's at first base. And now Marissa Peak, the number 7 hitter in the lineup, at the plate. Here is the 1-0 that now becomes 2 balls and no strikes. It hit her. Must have hit her on the right foot. So Marissa Peak will head down to first base after being hit by the pitch. Runners at first and second. So for Marissa, that's the first time that she's been hit by a pitch this season. She, again, just a freshman out of Wentzville, Missouri, having quite a freshman year. Bring up Ashley Hamilton, the left-handed hitting Hamilton, with 1 out. Marissa Peak at first and Nia Carter at second. Ashley drew a walk in her last at-bat. Pitching coach for Nebraska out talking to the infield. The defenders for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Again, Iowa and Nebraska tied for 5th place in the Big Ten coming into today's game. They've split the first 2 games of the 4-game series. Illinois and Indiana tied for 4th. Nebraska, Iowa tied for 6th place. 21-17 records. Illinois and Indiana have 23-17 records. Illinois comes here next weekend, and Nebraska will head to Evanston, Illinois, to square off against the Northwestern Wildcats. All these teams chasing an opportunity to get into the NCAA tournament, which will be announced next Sunday night the 16th. Here's Ashley Hamilton, the first pitch to her from Kaylin Kinney's down and away, so it's 1 ball and no strikes on the senior Ashley Hamilton. She pinch hit in the first game of the Rutgers series and got a base hit. Stayed in and played third base. Started the third base in the first game of the doubleheader. Here's a pitch as she squares to bunt, pulls it back. So it's 2 balls and no strikes. Hasn't had a lot of playing time this season, but really is productive when she's on the field, especially out defensively. She really has been making some good plays when she is out there. 2 balls and no strikes on her. 1 out. Here's the pitch from Kaylin Kinney, a pitch that's down and away, so it's 3 balls and no strikes on the senior Ashley Hamilton out of Cedar Rapids, Kennedy High School. A year ago, she started 6 games. When she was playing in the field, she was at third base, and she had also been in the designated hitter role. Here's the 3-0 from Kaylin Kinney. Pitch that's right down the middle, so it's strike 1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Ashley. Runners at first and second, Marissa Peak and Nia Carter, respectively. 1 out. Iowa leads this game 5-0. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here's a 3-1 from Kaylin Kinney. And Ashley turns to bunt it and bunts it right at the plate and into the ground towards the catcher. She picks it right up. Had everybody by surprise. Would have been successful. But as it is, it's foul, and so it'll be 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ashley yesterday was 1 for 2 in the game. And here's one that she lifts right at Brooke Andrews. Billy Andrews, a line drive at her shortstop. Almost doubling off Nia Carter at second base. Nia able to get back quickly. So 2 outs in Iowa's bottom of the 3rd inning. It brings up Arilee Bogar. It's like they're going to bring in. The Hawks are going to pinch hit D-Ray Mayhew for Arilee. Senior out of Bettendorf, the Junior College Player of the Year in 2018. D-Ray, the right-handed hitter, get out of Bettendorf. She went to junior college at Kirkwood, where she was the junior college player of the year. She has runners on first and second, 2 outs. Here's the first pitch from Kaylin Kinney, one that she'll hit down the third base line, but foul. D-Ray played in 2 of the Rutgers games last weekend. First game of the doubleheader, where she pinch hit in the top of the 5th inning and drew a walk. And then on Sunday, in Game 4, she also had an at-bat. Here's a pitch that's down and in on her, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Had an at-bat that resulted in, here is the 1-1 that now bounces across the plate. So in Game 4 against Rutgers, Donnie Ray Mayhew would pinch hit for Riley Sheehy in the top of the 5th inning, and she would fly out to pop up to third base. Head coach Renee Gillespie giving her an opportunity at the plate here in this game. Here's the 2-1 to her. Again, a pitch that's down and in on her, but she swings at it and fouls it down the third base line. So it evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Karina Prater getting her to get a look at it as it's coming in, swing level. Iowa leads 5-0. We're in the bottom of the third. 2 outs, 2-2 count, and runners at first and second. Here's the 2-2 from Kaylin Kinney, down and in again. So it's a full count on the senior D-Ray Mayhew. Donnie Ray still not with a batting average to speak of, 0 of 14 coming into the series, now 0 of 15. Here's the 3-2 to her, one that she gets around on, and again, she just dribbles it down the third base line and foul. She's getting around on those pitches. See if she can't connect on one. A year ago, she had 8 starts a year ago, had 3 hits and 27 at-bats. Here's the 3-2 again from Kaylin Kinney. One that's down and in, and Donnie Ray Mayhew will draw another walk. That's the 5th walk of the game issued by Kaylin Kinney. It loads up the bases with D-Ray at first. She'll be run for. Airly Bogar will come back in and re-enter to run for herself. Marissa Peak at second. And Nia Carter at third base with the top of the order in Brody Klosterman at the plate. And Nebraska not making a move yet at all. I'm not quite sure how far head coach Rhonda Revelle is going to go with this situation. Kaylin Kinney has been struggling with her control here. She's walked 5 batters already today. She got the bases loaded again facing Brody Klosterman. Here's the pitch that's down and away. The walk to Ashley Hamilton, actually to Brody Klosterman in the last at-bat for the Hawks, scored. Here's the 1-0. That's now 2 balls and no strikes. One of the Wonks walked in a Hawkeye for a run. Bases are loaded here. And ahead in the count is Brody Klosterman at 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the 2-0. It's down and away, so it's 3 balls and no strikes. Klosterman walked in her last at-bat. That walked in a run. That would have been Nia Carter that scored on that base on balls. Here's the 3-0 from Kaylin Kinney to Brody Klosterman. We'll see if head coach Renee Gillespie gives her the green light. Long pause. Here's the windup and pitch. It's called strike 1 on the inside corner. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Bases are loaded. Hawks lead it 5-0. 2 gone in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here's a chance for Brody Klosterman to extend this lead with a solid hit in this at-bat. Here's the 3-1 from Kinney. Here's one that's hit right up the middle past Billy Andrews. And head coach Renee Gillespie holds Marissa Peak at third. But Nia Carter will score from third on the base hit by Brodie Klosterman. Moves everybody up a base. Klosterman at first base. Nerody Bogar at second. Marissa Peak now at third. The throw from center field was well off the mark to home plate, but head coach Renee Gillespie had already held Marissa Peak at third base. And Nebraska is going to relieve Kaylin Kinney with Courtney Wallace. Courtney Wallace had great success against the Hawkeyes yesterday, just scattering 4 hits. Bases will be full of Hawks. And Riley Sheehy will come in to bat against Courtney Wallace. See if she can't continue this inning. Iowa now leads it 6-0. 5 runs in the second inning. They've scored a run here in the third. Have the bases loaded with Riley Sheehy coming to the plate, who walked and scored in her last at-bat. And Courtney Wallace coming in to take over the circle duties for Nebraska. Courtney threw 7 innings yesterday, giving up 4 hits, 2 walks. Kaylin Kinney will remain in the Nebraska lineup as the designated player. She's only be able to make it through 2 2/3 innings as Iowa gets 6 runs on her, and if any more are scored here, those will add on to Kaylin Kinney's pitching record of the day. Courtney Wallace now in the circle, pitching to Riley Sheehy. She lifts one out into right center field. Coming in to make the catch in center field is Caitlin Neal. So the Hawks will leave the bases loaded, but do get a run in and lead this game 6-0 as we head into the top of the 4th inning. And it'll be the number 3 hitter for Nebraska, Cam Ybarro, when play continues. This is Hawkeye softball. So University of Iowa men's tennis team lost to Michigan State in the Big Tens a week ago. That team season has canceled, but their doubles team of Will Davies and Oliver Okonkwo are in the NCAA Tennis Championships next weekend. Actually, it's the 2 weekends away, May 23rd to the 28th. First doubles team since 1989 to get to the NCAA Tennis Championships. Again, since 1989, the first doubles team. That'll be in Orlando on the 23rd to the 28th of May. And the University of Iowa women's tennis team will be represented by Alexa Noel, a freshman. She also will be in Orlando that very same week, May 23rd through the 28th. She's a Big Ten's automatic qualifier. She went unbeaten in the singles play this year. The number 1 singles player for the Hawkeyes went unbeaten at 23-0. She's the Big Ten Conference Player of the Year and Freshman of the Year. Is the automatic qualifier and is a seeded qualifier. She'll be guaranteed All-American status. The freshman out of Summit, New Jersey. So Allison Ducey in the circle, having her way with the Nebraska batting order up to date now as we go into the top of the 4th inning. Has yielded only 1 hit, and that came back in the bottom of the 1st inning to Cam Ybarro. Allison also has walked 1 batter. That was to Peyton Huscroft, and she was pinch run for by Brooke Adams in their last at-bat. She was stranded at first base. So Nebraska not really getting any threats going here today as much as they did yesterday. And first hitter Cam Ybarro looks at strike 1. In yesterday's 4-0 win, they scored 3 in the 4th and 1 in the 6th. But they had runners on in the 1st, in the 3rd, and in the 5th. Here's a foul that's down the left field line and out of play by Ybarra. Ybarra, a .298 hitter, 37 hits, 122 at bats with her single in at last at bat. 10 doubles and 4 home runs for Cam Ybarra. Interesting thing about her season this year is that she had batted behind Tristan Edwards, whom we haven't talked much about at all. She's part of a senior group of softball players that were not able to make the trip here this weekend. She batted behind Tristan Edwards, who's a two-time All-Big Ten, All-American player for Nebraska. So here's Ybarra striking out on a pitch that's up and in on her. That for Alice Adduci is the 4th strikeout of the game and the first of the inning. Ybarra really had come through very nicely with base hits, doubles, and some home runs, batting behind Tristan Edwards because they were walking Tristan Edwards quite a bit. They just didn't want to deal with her. So they'd put her at first base, and Ybarra would be the next batter up, and she would make them pay more times than not. Here's the Courtney Wallace now, the number 4 hitter, playing is the designated player at this point. Actually, she's moved into the pitching, into the circle, replacing Kaylin Kinney. Down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Here's the 0-1 from Alice Adduci that Courtney will foul and off of herself and out into field of play, but it's a foul ball. So she's down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Courtney Wallace is a batter, a .217 hitter coming into the game. She grounded out to Arely Bogar in her first at-bat. 15 hits, 70 at-bats, 3 doubles, a triple, and a home run to her credit. Here's the 0-2 that's up and away. She won't chase it. As much as Alice Adduci wanted her to reach out there and take a swing at a bad pitch, she won't do it. So it's a ball and 2 strikes on the junior from Omaha, Courtney Wallace. Here is the 1-2, a pitch that Wallace will get a good cut at and hit it into the backstop. Courtney Wallace in the batting order in her starts has done so as a pitcher, designated player. She's played third base and left field in her career. 17 extra base hits in her career, 7 doubles, 6 triples, and 4 home runs for Courtney Wallace. Iowa in command at this point in this game, leading 6-0 here in the top of the 4th inning. 2-2 count on Courtney Wallace. Here's the pitch from Alice Adduci, one that's upstairs. Wallace doesn't chase, and it makes the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's a 3-2 from Alice Adduci, and it's a pitch that's fouled into the backstop. Wallace hanging tough in this at-bat. Allison just trying to throw it by her. Courtney guessed right that it was going to be coming at her. Great deal of velocity on it. Ashley Hamilton at third, about 2 steps in, even with the bag, as is Kalena Burns at first, in about 3 steps. Baines and Bogar are at natural depth. Here's a pitch that's down and in. So Courtney Wallace will draw a 1-out walk. That's the second walk of the game for, what is? Actually, that was called strike 3 by the home plate umpire. So that's strikeout number 5 for Alice Adduci, and out number 2 in the top of the 4th. Peyton Gladder now will come to the plate, and she looks at a pitch that's strike 1. Gladder bounced out to Kalena Burns at first, who had to reach to her right to get the ground ball, and then a couple of hop steps back to first base to get Gladder running down the line. Gladder, the number 5 hitter. Here is the pitch that's up and in on her, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Gladder, a .208 hitter coming into the game at now 16 of 78. The junior right fielder, 16 of those hits, 2 doubles and 3 home runs. Here's the 1-1. That's outside, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. How many times has Allison Ducey been behind batters in the last few outings that she's put in? Here's the 2-1. That's now 3 balls and 1 strike. That's down and away. Allison with 2 5-inning games pitched last weekend at Rutgers. An 8-0 win on the first game of a doubleheader on Saturday, and then Sunday's 4th game, 9-0 win for the Hawks. Had a no-hitter. Here's one that she throws right by Glatter. So it's a full count. Allison with her first no-hitter of her career last Sunday against Rutgers, reaching the 700 strikeout plateau. Here's the 3-2 to Glatter, and she'll foul it back behind the press box. So the count remains the same. It's the top of the 4th inning. Iowa leading Nebraska 6-0. Iowa with 5 hits on their 6 runs. 5 of those runs scored in the bottom of the 2nd and 1 in the bottom of the 3rd. Here's the 3-2 again, and another foul ball that'll come back behind the press box. So another full count pitch coming from Allison Ducey, a pitch that's fouled again, right down in the batter's box. Peyton ranks 2nd among active Huskers with 42 career runs batted in at Nebraska. Has been in the starting lineup 2/3 of the last 3 years. Peyton Glatter, the junior right fielder. Here again is a 3-2 pitch from Allison Ducey, one that is lifted out just beyond short and into left field where Riley Sheehy camps underneath it and makes the catch. 3 up, 3 down. 2 strikeouts for Allison Ducey and a flyout. Iowa leads this game 6-0 heading into the bottom of the 4th inning. It'll be Kalena Burns, Grace Baines, and Nia Carter when play continues.
The Iowa men's golf team earned the 6th seed in the NCAA regional tournament. The tournament will take place from May 17th to 17th.
University of Iowa field hockey team lost the semifinal and the Final Four to the University of North Carolina. North Carolina was the number 1 seed and the number 1 ranked team heading into the tournament. They lost that game 3-0 in Chapel Hill. It's the 12th Final Four for this field hockey program. Michigan and North Carolina, the numbers 1 and 2 seeds and ranked teams in the country, squaring off for the championship. And they are playing as I speak to you. That's field hockey. Congratulations to Lisa Chalucci and that University of Iowa field hockey team for the success of this field hockey season. So we go into the bottom of the 4th inning. It will be Kalena. So Denali Lecker will get it started for the Hawks here in the bottom of the 4th inning. I had written it wrong. Riley Sheehy had flown out to center field to end the bottom of the 3rd. Here is Denali. The first pitch from Courtney Wallace is up and away. Yesterday, Denali was 1 for 3. She bounced. She was 1 for 2. She had a walk in her first at bat. She grounded out to third base in her second at bat and singled in her third at bat. Out against Wallace. Here's one that she rips right up through the middle. Great piece of hitting by Denali Lecker, the freshman, with her 3rd hit of the game. 2 singles and a double, so she's back on a terror again. And now Zoe Schulte will come in and run for Denali Lecker. Denali getting a big hand from the crowd. Yeah, that's the 3rd hit of the game for her. She was 1 for 5 coming into the game with a strikeout and a double. Zoe Schulte's done a lot of pinch running for the Hawks this season. and has been quite successful. This will be her 28th appearance. She has 7 at-bats. She's got 1 hit. She has scored 12 runs, though, throughout her pinch running role as an Iowa Hawkeye softball player in her freshman year. She pinch ran yesterday for Marissa Peak in the bottom of the 2nd inning. That resulted in the nothing. Here, Kalena's down in the count at no balls and 1 strike, and she'll foul this one into the backstop. And in game number 1, in which Iowa won 1-0, Zoe Schulte did not get into the game, but she played in 3 of the 4 games against Rutgers last weekend, scoring 1 time. Here is the hit that's over to third base to Brooke Andrews, and a quick relay to second, Ybarra, and on to first to Huscroft for the double play on the Hawks. It was a very hard shot to third base by Kalena Burns, but it turned into a double play, forcing Zoe Schulte at second. And that'll bring up Grace Baines for the Hawks. And that is the 41st double play for Nebraska this season. They really do a nice job of fielding and getting that throw off. But, you know, you got to have that ball hit very hard, as hard as that was hit by Kalena Burns to Brooke Andrews. It was a one-hopper. She quickly scooped and onto second base and the relay to first to get Kalena Burns. Here's Grace now down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Grace grounded out on her first at-bat, walked in her second at-bat. So 0 for 1 on the day. Iowa heads 6-0. Here's one that's hit right to Brooke Andrews. She tried to backhand it just behind third base and in fair territory. I think she was trying to pick it up to throw it before she actually had it in her glove, and it skipped out of her glove, rolled away, and that will allow Grace Baines to get on first base due to error by Brooke Andrews. So that'll bring up Nia Carter. Nia bunted in her first at-bat to single and scored. Scored in her second at-bat if she got on a fielder's choice and was worked her way around to score on the RBI single by Bradley Klosterman. And with a runner on first base and Grace Baines, Nia at the plate. Working against Courtney Wallace. Here is the 1-0. That's called strike 1. Nia, 261 hitter. 31 hits, 119 at-bats coming into the game. So she's 32 at 121. Has scored twice now, up to 15 runs. And is down on the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Courtney Wallace in the circle for Wisconsin, or for Nebraska. Here is the 1-2. It's a pitch that's off the plate, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Courtney ranks second among current Huskers in career innings pitched at 234, and after yesterday's 7 innings, 241. And now into her second inning here today. Here's one that's just a slow roller. That's nice pickup by Brooke Andrews that Nia Carter will beat out anyway. And on the throw to Huscroft at first base, Nia had already beaten the throw there, and it got away from Huscroft a little bit, and that allowed Grace Baines to go from second to third, and a base hit for Nia Carter. So she's got 2 hits on the day. Runners at the corners. That'll bring up Marissa Peak. Marissa Peak from Wentzville, Missouri, suburb of St. Louis. Here's a chance to add to the 6-0 lead for the Hawks. Here's the pitch from Courtney Wallace, the pitch that's outside, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. Two gone, and Iowa's bottom of the 4th inning. Nia Carter at first, Grace Baines at third, Marissa Peak at the plate. Here's the pitch to her that's down and in. She got hit by the pitch in her last at-bat, part of the bases loaded situation. And she singled in her first at-bat and would score one of the 5 runs in Iowa's bottom of the 2nd inning. Ahead in the count at 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch from Courtney Wallace, a pitch that's up and away, so it's 3 balls and no strikes. And they don't even take a look at Nia Carter as she kind of scampers down to first base. She took about 3 steps off. Didn't even pay attention to her. She took 3 more steps, and she decided, what the heck, I might as well go all the way. So we'll give a stolen base to Nia Carter. Here is the 3-0, is now 3 balls and 1 strike. Nia now with 6 stolen bases in 7 attempts on the season. In scoring position at second base with Grace Baines at third. Marissa Peak at the plate with a 3-1 count. Here's the 3-1 from Courtney Wallace. It's lifted out into right field. A lazy fly ball will be captured out there by Peyton Glatter. That'll end the Hawks here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Get a couple on, can't get them across the plate to add to the 6-0 lead. We'll head into the top of the 5th inning. Abby Squire, the number 6 hitter for Nebraska, will be at the plate. 1 play continues. So the 5th annual Golden Herkies ceremonies was earlier this week. Luca Garza and Laulaga Tausaga were the University of Iowa Athletes of the Year for their career performances, really. We know what Luca Garza did for the basketball team, becoming the men's all-time leading scorer. And Laulaga Tausaga is an All-American from her field events performances for the last couple of years, heading into this year, her senior year. Congratulations to both Luca and Laulaga for being the University of Iowa Athletes of the Year. Track and field news, I'll get to them in the next half inning. The track and field teams were in Wisconsin at the Big Ten Invitational yesterday. Again, some terrific performances, a few wins, but mostly seconds through fourths for the Hawkeyes as they are preparing for the outdoor meet, which is coming up next weekend. Again, I'll have those results for you in the next half inning. We're moving now into the top of the 5th inning. Nebraska at the plate. Have but 1 hit on Allison Ducey in this game. Allison has walked 2 batters in the game as well. She threw a 1-hitter on Friday. And that followed up the no-hitter in 5 innings from last weekend in Game 4 against Rutgers. Abby Squire at the plate, grounded out to Ashley Hamilton at third in her first at-bat. Swings at a pitch, is now down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Here's the 0-1 from Allison Ducey, one that's hit out into right field. Nia Carter getting underneath it, calling off Bradley Klosterman and making the catch. 1 out in Nebraska's top of the 5th inning. So it's Annie Rayleigh, the junior catcher. Okay, there'll be a pinch hitter for Annie Rayleigh. That's Abby Newland. Will be pinch hitting for Annie Rayleigh in the top of the 5th inning. Here is the first pitch from Allison Ducey. It's called strike 1. And for Newland, This is only her second appearance. As a Cornhusker, she has one at bat and no result from it. 0 for 1 at the plate. Here's the 0-1 to her. She'll swing and miss it, or foul it back into the backstop. Newland is a freshman out of the Woodlands, Texas. Head coach Ron Revelle is trying to give her some playing time. So he's going to give her an at-bat here against the Hawks in game number 3. She's down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2 from Allison Ducey that's upstairs. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Abby Newland. No stats to speak of. 1 ball and 2 strikes is down and away. Well, their only connection to Nebraska now is just the fact that she's there. Her father was a graduate of the University of Nebraska. She did have, a very good high school career. Certainly to be able to get to the University of Nebraska to play Division I softball. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out. Here's the 2-2 from Allison Ducey. A swing and a miss. Newland down on strikes. That is the 6th strikeout of the game for Allison Ducey. And that'll bring up Peyton Huscroft. Huscroft playing first base. And doesn't have an official at-bat as she walked in her first at-bat and was stranded at first base. Swings and misses at the first offering from Allison Ducey. Huscroft, a 200 hitter. Again, making just her 2nd start and 4th appearance. 1 hit and 5 at-bats. Here is the 0-1. That's called strike 2 in the outside corner. 1 for 4 in the series. So she's just getting her start with a strikeout and a run scored. Down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2 from the senior, Allison Ducey. Pitch that's fouled back behind the backstop. All the kids giving chase to it. Get a little bit of reward for returning those softballs. Here's the 0-2 from Allison Ducey. A pitch that Huscroft will foul down the first base line this time. Peyton Huscroft had been slowed after recovering from off-season surgery. There is the 0-2, another foul ball. Sydney Gray is another infielder that is not in uniform. She suffered a season-ending injury against Penn State on the 28th. Just a brief conversation with her yesterday. A knee injury that wiped her out of the season. Here's the 0-2, and its pitch is down and away, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Huscroft. Huscroft 1 for 4 in the series coming into this 3rd game. Again, we got a whole 2nd game to go here this afternoon. Iowa leads this one 6-0 in the top of the 5th. Here is the 1-2 that again is fouled into the backstop. So the count will remain the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Huscroft had started 18 games a year ago in the pandemic shortened season. Looks at ball 2 up and away. Batted 162 with 6 hits and 37 at-bats. Had 5 2-out RBIs before the pandemic ended that season a year ago. Here's the 2-2 from Allison Ducey, a pitch that's up and in on her. So now that makes the count 3 balls and 2 strikes on Huscroft. Huscroft really has been a difficult at-bat here, fouling off numerous pitches. And now Allison with a ball away and 1 up and in. Here's a 3-2 from the Ankeny native, a pitch that's hit right back up through the center. And Huscroft is on first base with a 2-out single. That'll bring up Caitlin Neal, the freshman center fielder. Before we get to the top of the order, see if the Hawks can't put an end to it right here. Only the second hit yielded off of Allison Ducey today, and the third all weekend. He had a 1-hit performance in the 7 innings pitched on Friday. Here's the first pitch to Caitlin Neal. It's called strike 1. Neal struck out in her first at-bat. Third strikeout victim of Allison Ducey today. Caitlin Neal 1 for 6 in the series with a 208 batting average. Here's the 0-1, now becomes 1 ball and 1 strike. Caitlin Neal playing in her 27th game, her 17th start. 10 hits and 49 at-bats. She does have a couple of doubles. She struck out 12 times with that strikeout in her last at-bat. Here's the 1-1 from Allison Ducey, a swing and a miss. So she down on the count of the ball and 2 strikes. Runner at first base, Peyton Huscroft, just singled. And is at first base, we're at the number 9 hitter in Caitlin Neal, freshman center fielder. Here's the 1-2. It's slap foul. Back behind the press box, so the count will remain the same at a ball and 2 strikes. This is as many pitches as Ducey has thrown in any half inning today. She's just getting warmed up. Here's the 1-2 from Allison Ducey. Caitlin Neal, pitch that's upstairs, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ashley Hamilton about a step down from third base and 2 to 3 in from the line, as is Kalena Burns at first base. Grace Baines and Early Bogar are both very shallow, playing within the baselines of first and second and third. Here's the 2-2 to Caitlin Neal. One as she swings at and misses. And that is the 7th strikeout of the game for Allison Ducey in the 3rd of the top of the 5th inning. Nebraska gets run on. Can't do anything with her. And we'll head into the bottom of the 5th inning. Iowa leads this game 6-0. Coming up for the Hawks will be Ashley Hamilton and Early Bogar. That'll be the top of the order, Bradley Klosterman. It's 2 and it's 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball. And that old time-honored tradition as the 7th inning stretch, the 5th inning stretch in college softball with Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Gets the fans up off their feet. A good crowd on hand here today. 40% capacity they're allowing, and there's certainly all of that at this point. Good, strong contingent of Hawkeye fans and Nebraska fans as well. And, of course, some of those fans coming down from Cedar Rapids, the family of Kaylin Kinney. Watching her pitch here today, Iowa rocked her quite a bit. She gave up 6 runs. That gives Iowa all 6 of their runs to lead this game 6-0. As we're into the bottom of the 5th inning, Courtney Wallace did replace Kaylin in the circle back in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here we are in the bottom of the 5th inning. Wallace again with a strong performance yesterday for Nebraska in the 4-0 shutout. Facing Ashley Hamilton, who popped up to, or hit a line drive, that is, to Billy Andrews at shortstop in her last at-bat. And she walked and scored back in the 5-run 2nd inning. Up in the count of the ball and no strikes against Courtney Wallace is Ashley Hamilton. Here's one that she'll check foul. So 1 ball and 1 strike on the senior out of Cedar Rapids. Again, Hamilton yesterday came in the 5th inning, replaced Sammy Diaz. She promptly stroked a double, was forced at second base, and she hit a single in her second at bat. Ahead on the count at 2 balls and 1 strike. There's a 147 batting average coming into the game today. Here's one that she'll foul into the backstop. Good steady player is Ashley Hamilton. Really good in the field. Good hands. Very strong arm from third base over to first. Here is the 2-2 that she'll foul into the backstop once again. Played in 3 games of the Rutgers series last weekend. Pinch hit in the Sunday game, which was a 5-inning game. Started at third in the first game of the doubleheader on Saturday. Here's the 2-2 that she hits right onto right center field. Will it be a gapper? It won't. She'll have a nice single, though. Good piece of hitting by Ashley Hamilton to get the Hawks rolling here in the bottom of the 5th inning. A solid single to right center field. Goes with her yesterday's 1-for-2 performance. At her 2-for-3. I'm going to get that checked. Avery Guy now will come in and run for Ashley. Avery Guy pinch hitting. She got in and played yesterday. Avery Guy did. Came in and played shortstop. As she and Ashley Hamilton and Amber DeSena were immediately thrust into action. Here's the first pitch to Arely Bogar. She squares the bunt, pulls the bat back. Avery Guy came in the top of the 5th inning. She did ground out to third in her only at bat, doing some pinch running today. Here is the 1-0. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike on the senior Arely Bogar out of Trophy Club, Texas. Avery Guy has scored 5 runs on the season as a pinch runner. 1 ball and 1 strike on Bogar. Here's the pitch that she'll reach out and try to bunt it. But she bunts it foul. The first run of the year came against Purdue in second game of the doubleheader, game number 3. The Hawks were down 2-0. Marissa Peak started that off with a home run. And then Nia Carter would single and score Avery Guy. Here's Arely Bogar trying to slap hit one down the left field line. And that run by Avery Guy sent it to extra innings, although the Hawks would end up losing it. It extended it out to 12 innings. Back in the Purdue series. She also pinch ran in the Indiana series. Here is one that Arely will take a half cut at, but pulls the bat back. And so a pass ball will be issued against Annie Rayleigh. She lost control of it, and that allowed Avery Guy to get down to second base. So no force will be in play here if the ball's put on the ground by Arely Bogar. And now head coach Rhonda Ravel is out talking to the home plate umpire, trying to get some kind of a clarification. Not sure if she's wondering if Arely Bogar didn't have any kind of interference with the play. Kind of held up play here. Arely walked in her last at bat, struck out in her first at bat. More about Avery Guy. You know, she started the Ohio State games at shortstop to begin this year. And that's coming out of last year when she She had 7 hits and 43 at-bats. Started the 19 games of 22 played the Hawkeyes had last year. She bat 163, had a couple of RBIs, and she also stroked a home run, that against Virginia Tech a year ago. Hasn't seen a lot of playing time this year, and mostly a pinch running role. Here is one that's dribbled right back to Courtney Wallace in the circle by Arely Bogar. It'll move Avery Guy onto third base. And it brings up Brodie Klosterman. Brodie ripped a single in her last at-bat, an RBI single that would score Nia Carter. Here's another opportunity for the freshman out of North Liberty, prepping at Liberty High School. Do the same thing. Here's the first pitch to her that is out and away, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. Brodie, the Big Ten's co-freshman of the week for a performance in the Rutgers series last weekend. Here is the 1-0 tour that she'll hit to second base. Cam Ybarra will get it. Nice backhand. She looked Avery Guy back at third and then had to make a quick throw to first base to get Brodie Klosterman, and does so. Nice play by Cam Ybarra. That's the second out of the inning, and bring up Riley Sheehy. Sheehy 0 for 2 in the day with a walk, and she scored in the bottom of that second inning, one of the 5 runs scored. Here's the first pitch to her that's off the plate. Courtney Wallace in the circle for Nebraska, relieving Kaylin Kinney, who'd given up all 6 of the Hawkeye runs. Here is the 1-0. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. Sun really starting to come out now here at Bob Pearl Field. Just slowly but surely the clouds are starting to work their way off, opening up some sunshine. Still a little bit on the cool side with, a light breeze. Seems to be quite calm at this point. Here's the 2-0. That is ball 3 on Riley Sheehy. Sheehy had her 8-game hitting streak snapped in the second game yesterday. Here is the 3-0 tour that's called strike 1. 3 balls and 1 strike on the junior out of Newtown, Pennsylvania. A year ago she hit .375. Started in 13 games in the outfield, left field where she's playing now. Had 12 hits and 32 at-bats. Here's a pitch that she'll hit down the left field line and foul, so it becomes a 3-ball and 2-strike count on Riley Sheehy. Has hit safely in 22 of the 36 games that she's played. 6 multi-hit games make it 7 now. Batting in the number 2 spot for the Hawks. Here's the 3-2 tour that she'll lift foul back into the netting around the backstop. Has been very productive here, especially the second half of this season. Had a 3-hit game against Michigan State back on the 28th of February. 2-hit game against Purdue, against Wisconsin in the first game of the doubleheader. Here is the 3-2 that she'll hit out just in very shallow right field. Cam Ybarra calls everybody off, makes the catch, and that will end the Hawks in the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll head into the top of the 6th. The Hawks leading Nebraska by the score of 6-0.
Hawk fans, if you're looking for softball's live stats, you can find them at HawkeyeSports.com. Simply visit the page, click on Sports, find softball, and stats will be located in the header. You can also download the new Hawkeye Sports app and get access to all the latest information.
All right, want to grab this? Yeah.
Well, here are some track results from yesterday's Wisconsin Invitational. Julian Gillum of the men's 400 won it in 47.75. DeJuan Fry, Nolan Kimbrell, and Josh Andrews finished 2nd through 4th respectively. Men's 800, Jason Huffman first at 151.77. Armando Bryson was 2nd. In the 400 hurdles, Drake Woody won it in a time of 53.07 seconds. In the 200, DeJuan Fry won the 200 in 22.36 seconds. Evan Schuster was second. In field events, the hammer throw, Tyler Lanau was sixth. The discus throw, Jordan Johnson third. And the shot put, Elijah Barnes was third. And in the high jump, Zach Plouffe was first. He won it. On the women's side, Karina Joyner won the 100 hurdles in 14.23. Katie Peterson was second. In the 1500, Gabby Skopek was third. In the 800, Lindsey Walker was second. Time of 2 minutes, 18.81 seconds. In the hammer throw, Allison Wakeman third. In the discus throw, Serena Brown was second. In the javelin, Marissa Mueller at second. In the shot put, Kate Moody finished second. And in the high jump, Delissa Higgins won the high jump. In the women's event at the Wisconsin Big Ten Invitational, Hawks are preparing themselves for the outdoor conference meet that is coming up next weekend. So Billy Andrews will start this off for the Nebraska Cornhuskers and is ahead in the count at this point at 2 balls and no strikes against Allison Ducey. How many pitches has Allison thrown, Sam? 91. Allison's thrown 91 pitches in this game. She threw 80 on Friday in the 7-inning win for the Hawks, 1-0. Here's one that's lifted up and will go fouling into the stands just in front of the press box. So 2 balls and 1 strike on the freshman, Billy Andrews. Has had herself quite a season. Six for 11 last weekend against the Maryland Terrapins. Hit 3 home runs, matching Kaylin Kinney's 3 home runs she also hit last week. And here's one that's hit down the third base line, left field line, and making a diving effort is Grace Baines as well as Riley Sheehy, but it is foul by a couple of feet. Both Baines and Sheehy doing a nice job of getting to it. For that performance last week and for the performance of Bradley Klosterman, they both were named Big Ten Co-Freshman of the Week. Anders was 6'4", and Bradley Klosterman had 8 hits last weekend. Here's the 2-2 to Billy Edwards. Klosterman had 8 hits last weekend in 13 at-bats. Hit her first 2 home runs of her career as an Iowa Hawkeye. 3-2 count now on Billy Andrews. Here's a pitch that she rips right past Ashley Hamilton at third base. Gets out in the left field. Riley Sheehy doing a nice job of getting to it quickly to get it back into the infield and keeping Billy Andrews at first on a long single. That's the best at-bat that Billy Andrews has had this entire weekend. She now 1 for 3 today. She was 1 for 6 coming into the day with a couple of strikeouts and a walk. So it brings up Kaylin Kinney. Kinney remained in the game as the designated player after pitching into the 2nd inning. Here is the first pitch to her, and it's a pitch that's down and away, so it's ball 1. Kinney 0 for 2 in the day. 1 for 6 in the series, was 1 for 4 yesterday. She also drew a walk. That was on Friday. Up in the count at 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch that's down and away, so it's 2 balls and no strikes. Kaylin Kinney batting number 2 in the lineup today, a .257 hitter. 18 of 72, 3 doubles and 4 home runs, 3 of them last weekend against the Maryland Terrapins. And now head coach Renee Gillespie going to slow things down here a little bit, come out into the circle and have a chat with Allison Ducey and the rest of this infield. They've got to contend with Billy Andrews at first base. Andrews certainly a base-stealing threat. She's got 10 steals in 13 attempts. So Marissa Peak is on the watch for Billy Andrews and a move down to second base. Marissa Peak on the season has thrown out 7 runners trying to steal. Not all at second, almost all of them. So Billy Andrews at first base. 2 balls and no strike count on Kaylin Kinney working against Allison Ducey. Here's the pitch. And it's called strike one on the inside corner. Iowa leads this game 6-0, top of the 6th inning. Allison doing a nice job just to yield 3 hits. The third one here moments ago by Billy Andrews, the leadoff hitter. Kaylin Kinney at the plate, the number 2 hitter for Nebraska. Here's the 2-1 from Allison Ducey, a pitch that she'll foul back behind the backstop. Trailing 6-0. I guess you can see the conservatism coming from head coach Rhonda Revelle, not to lose that runner at first base when you badly need runs. So Billy Andrews hasn't made any attempts to steal second base. Here's the 2-2 from Allison Ducey to Kinney. She'll foul this one back again behind the first base stands. More and more sunshine all the time. Again, it was a really nice rain last night. Good steady rain. What our grounds needed here. We're going through a little bit of a drought in the state of Iowa. Here's the 2-2 pitch that Kinney will hit to Arielle Bogar. It had such spin on it that it kicked off of her glove, and she boots it to her right, had to retrieve it out into shallow right field, and Billy Andrews now will be at second base. Kaylin Kinney on at first after the error by Arielle Bogar. The Hawkeyes committed 4 errors in yesterday's 4-0 loss. That ball had a lot of English on it, and I know that Billy Andrews was running by Arielle as the ball was getting to her. See how much that had an effect on it. So with runners at first and second and nobody out, brings up Cam Ybarra. Ybarra singled in her first at-bat, was stranded the first and struck out in her second at-bat. But coming into the game, 3 of 7 hitting, now 4 of 9, and she has a double to her credit. Here is the 0-1. That's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Ybarra, 298 hitter, 36 of 121, now 37 of 123, her third at bat of the day. Has teammates on first and second and nobody out. Iowa leads 6-0. Nebraska making a threat here. Here's the pitch to Ybarra, and that's off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Ybarra is in her second year at Nebraska after spending her first 2 seasons at Oregon State. Here's the 2-1 from Allison Ducey. It's lifted up into the shallow left field. Here comes Roddy Sheehy on to make the catch and force the runners back to first and second base. That is a big out, folks. Taking the bat out of the hands of Cam Ybarra. Leaving runners at first and second. Courtney Wallace, no easy task whatsoever. The right-handed hitter comes in. She's 0 for 2 for the day. 1 for 4 coming into the day. 1 for 6 in the series with a strikeout. Here's the first pitch from Allison Ducey, a pitch that's ripped right up through the center. Around third, it's Billy Andrews to score. That ball just skimmed past Allison Ducey. It does move Kinney to second base. Courtney Wallace with the base hit. And now Peyton Glatter will step to the plate. With 1 out, runners at first and second, and 1 in. Score now at 6-1, Iowa. Glatter 0 for 2 on the day. Here's the first pitch from Ducey, and it hits her on the wrist. So for Allison Ducey, the first hit batter of the day. That'll move the runners up to second and third, so that puts Kaylin Kinney at third, Courtney Wallace at second, and Peyton Glatter now at first base. First time that Glatter's been hit by a pitch this season. And for Allison Ducey, it's the 6th batter she's hit. Hit 3 of them in the Rutgers game last Sunday in the no-hitter. And she's facing now Abby Squire with the bases loaded and just 1 out. Abby Squire, the freshman left fielder, is 0 for 2 on the day. 1 for 6 coming into today. She has a run scored and an RBI, which came in yesterday's game. Here's the 0-1 to her, one that she'll foul back behind the backstop. She hit a single, an RBI single yesterday, scoring Courtney Wallace. And she as well would score the second run of the 3 in that top of the 4th inning in the 4-0 win for Nebraska. She's down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. 1 gone, bases loaded. Here's the pitch from Allison Ducey, an off-speed pitch that gets her swinging. And the 8th strikeout of the day for Allison Ducey, and the 2nd strikeout of the inning. Big out there for the Hawks. Brings up Annie Rayleigh, the catcher for Nebraska. She has struck out twice herself. Rayleigh 1 for 6 coming into today's activity. A couple of strikeouts. She got that 1 hit yesterday and a 1 for 3 effort. It was an RBI single. Scoring Abby Squire in that 3-run 4th inning. 2 gone, bases loaded. Nebraska has a run in here in the top of the 6th. It's 6-1 Iowa. First pitch is called strike 1 on the inside corner. Nice spot by Allison Ducey. Kalena Burns even with the bag at first, as is Ashley Hamilton at third. Grace Baines and Airoli Bogar are at their natural depth at short and second. Here's the 0-1, a pitch that's down and away to Annie Rayleigh. Annie Rayleigh, junior catcher for Nebraska. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Ducey. It's foul ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. See if Allison can't take her down right here. Annie Rayleigh has started 17 games at catcher this season. Well, coming into the weekend, so she started all 3 of these games here and has caught a total of 28 in her career. She has a triple and a home run and 7 runs, scored 6 RBIs in her last 11 starts, so she's been productive at the plate. Here's the 1-2 from Allison Ducey. And it's a pitch that's upstairs. Rayleigh looked as if she wanted to go after it and holds off. So it's a 2 ball and 2 strike count on the junior catcher from Clovis, California. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. Here's the 2-2, one that she hits out into left field. It'll drift foul and out of play. She got a good chunk of that one, but pulls it too far foul. And she'll get another pitch in this at-bat. Allison Ducey already with 8 strikeouts in the day. She had 6 on Friday. She reached over the 700 strikeout plateau a weekend ago against Rutgers. Here's the 2-2 again. A swing and a miss by Annie Rayleigh. That'll leave the bases full on the 9th strikeout by Allison Ducey. And Nebraska able to get a run across, but that is it. We'll go into the bottom of the 6th inning, and Denali Lecker will start it off for the Hawkeyes when play resumes. It's Iowa 6 and Nebraska 1. So we head into the bottom of the 6th inning. Iowa with a 6-1 lead, scoring 5 times in the bottom of the second, chasing Kaylin Kinney from the circle, now having to face Courtney Wallace. Scored 1 in the bottom of the third. Nebraska's come back with 1 in the top of the 6th. They leave the 6th inning at bat with runners at each base. Iowa doing a nice job. Allison Ducey, especially in the circle, striking out 9. Here is Denali Lecker, first pitch, and she'll rip it just in front of Renee Gillespie along the third base line, but foul. Denali Lecker has singled twice and doubled for a 3-for-3 afternoon. Her 9th multi-hit game, 4th 3-hit game of her young Iowa career. Here's one that's lifted fouled on the first base line and into the stands. She had but 1 hit in the Rutgers series, albeit a 3-run home run. She also walked 6 times in the Rutgers series. 18 Hawkeye batters walked in that Rutgers series. Here is the 0-2 that she'll foul back once again. She's been really an excellent freshman player for the Hawkeyes. The future looks very bright for this Iowa softball team, but they certainly aren't going to give up on the current season. They like to make that NCAA regional, but they got to win games to get there. They know they have to win a lot of games yet to at least be included. Because Michigan, Minnesota, Northwestern probably are in, and from there it becomes Iowa, Indiana, Nebraska, and Illinois as a selection for a 4th team. Here's the 0-2 that's now down and in, and 1 ball and 2 strikes. Denali Lecker, the freshman from Ogden, just outside of Ames. Down on the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Courtney Wallace, a pitch that Denali gets around on, and she'll hit it long way but foul. Lands on the top of the screen of the batting cage on the Hawkeye sideline. So the count remains the same at a ball and 2 strikes. Here is the pitch from Courtney Wallace, a swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. A good at-bat for Denali. Just ends up with a strikeout. And for Nebraska, that's just the 2nd strikeout of the game, the first for Courtney Wallace. Courtney yesterday didn't strike out a batter either. So Clena Burns steps into the right-handed batter's box, looks at a first pitch strike. Clena bounced into a double play in her last at-bat, 0 for 3 on the day. Burns coming into today's game, .265 hitter and 22 hits and 83 at-bats, now 22 of 86. 4 doubles and 4 home runs on the season. Here's one that she gets around on and will bounce it fouled on the third base line. .259 hitter. Does have 19 RBIs on the season. Sophomore out of Corona, California. Down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Wallace, a pitch that Clena Burns will just reach out and get a piece of it to knock it foul into the backstop. Bottom of the 6th inning, 6-1 the lead for the Hawks. First of a doubleheader today from Bob Pearl Field. Here is the 1-0-2. That is a swing and a miss. That was well down and in on her. She went after a bad pitch, but swings anyway and strikes out. Grace Baines will step to the batter's box. She got on an error in her last at-bat, ended up at third base, walked in her second at-bat and was forced at second and grounded out to shortstop. So she is 0 for 2 on the day. Is Grace Baines. Here's the first pitch to her that's down and in. coming in today, 1 for 3. With a strikeout. Yesterday she got that one hit. One of the 4 that Courtney Wallace surrendered to the Hawks. Here is the 1-0. That's now 2 balls and no strikes. On Friday, Baines was 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Ahead in the count here at 2 balls and no strikes. There is the 2-0 from Courtney Wallace just inside, so it's 3 balls and no strikes. Grace Baines hit her first 2 home runs as an Iowa Hawkeye. One of them in the 4th game of the Minnesota series, and then she turned right around in the first game of the Rutgers series with a solo home run. 3 balls and no strikes. Here's a pitch that's down the middle. It's strike 1. 3 balls and 1 strike. On the freshman out of Kansas City, Kansas. Had a 7-game hitting streak earlier this year. From the first game of the 3-game Maryland series all the way through the end of the Purdue series. Here's a pitch that's fouled on the first base line, out of play. Then she would go on a 5-game hitless streak. Actually, 6 out of 8 hitless streak. Before she really started to turn things up in that Northwestern series. Here's one that she hits down the left field line. Is it going to stay fair? I believe it does not. She knocked it out of the park. It did not go over the foul pole in the left field line. It was to the west of it, just a little bit. She hit that a long ways, but foul. So it becomes a 3-ball and 2-strike count on Grace Baines. Just telling Courtney Wallace, don't come here with that pitch again. Here's the 3-2, and it's a pitch that's up and away, so Grace will draw a walk. A 2-out walk, and brings up Nia Carter. Carter has singled twice today and scored twice. She's been on base all 3 times. She got on a fielder's choice in her second at-bat and would promptly score. Grace Baines at first, 2 outs. Here's the first pitch to Nia Carter that's called strike 1 in the outside corner. Carter, the left-handed slap-hitting right fielder. Today batting in the number 6 spot. She moved all the way up to the number 3 spot in yesterday's game. Here is the 0-1 to her that she'll swing and foul it back. So it's no balls and 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Iowa leads this game by the score of 6-1. Second game to follow. This doubleheader, a crucial weekend series for the Hawks and even for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Here's the 0-2 from Courtney Wallace, and it's one that Nia will rip into right field for a base hit. To the left of Cam Ybarra, to the right of Huscroft. Neither could get to it. So Nia Carter now with a 3-hit game. Last 3-hit game for Nia Carter came all the way back in the second game of this season against Ohio State when she went 3 for 4. She's at first base now with 2 outs. That moved up Grace Baines to second. The Hawks, a few times this year, have been able to become successful getting runs across with 2 outs, and Marissa Peak will have the first opportunity. She singled in her first at-bat and scored back in the second, one of the 5 runs. She was hit by a pitch in her second at-bat and flew out to right field in her last at-bat. So she 1 for 2 in the day. And she's even the count here at 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 outs, Iowa's bottom of the 6th. Runners at first and second, leading 6-1. Courtney Wallace in the circle for Nebraska. Here's the pitch. And a swing and a miss by Marissa. So she's down to the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Peak 0 for 6 coming into today's game. ended that with a single in her first at bat. Here's the pitch that's down and in, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 0 for 3 yesterday, 0 for 3 on Friday, catching both games. Productive here today. Every day's different. Here's the 2-2 from Courtney Wallace. A pitch that's down and in, gets away from the catcher, rolls away from her. And so the runners will advance now to second and third with a 3-2 count on Marissa Peak. They'll advance due to a pass ball. And here's a pitch that's down and in, ball 4. So that'll load up the bases for Ashley Hamilton. That is the 7th walk issued today by Nebraska pitching. And it's loaded up the bases for the Hawkeyes once again. They had the bases loaded back in the 3rd inning, back in the 4th inning. Here they are again in the 7th. Here's the first pitch to Ashley Hamilton. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Hamilton singled in her last at bat and was left at third base at the end of the 5th inning, their last at bat. Has an opportunity here to do something. Here's one that's bounced right to Billy Andrews, and she'll just underhand it to Cam Ybarra at second base to end the Hawks in the bottom of the 6th inning. Nevertheless, the Hawks will have a 6-1 lead going into the top of the 7th inning. It'll be the number 8 hitter, Peyton Huscroft, number 9, Caitlin Neal, and then Billy Andrews to get things started for Nebraska. They need 5 to make Iowa bat in the top or the bottom of the 7th inning. We'll see if it happens. Iowa 6, Nebraska 1. Well, Allison Ducey going to get a chance to get another complete game in here today. She did that on Friday with a 7-inning pitched game, a game in which she gave up a single hit, walked a couple, struck out 6. Here today she has struck out 9 and has yielded 4 hits to the Nebraska Cornhuskers and just 1 run. And that's certainly going to be good enough for her to pick up a win here. But they got to finish it off right now. And top of the 7th inning, it'll be Peyton Huscroft, who singled in her last at-bat, and she walked in her first at-bat, so she's been on base both times. She's been at the plate. Here is the first pitch to her, one that she'll foul back into the screen at the backstop. Again, coming off of off-season surgery. Slow to recover, but seems to be getting back into some sense of softball form. 200 hitter. Here is the first, the 0-1 to her is now 1 ball and 1 strike. Huscroft a year ago, again, started and played 18 games, had 6 hits and 37 at-bats. So the offseason surgery has slowed her some. Here is the 1-1 that's upstairs, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Ashley Hamilton at third, Grace Baines at short, Arielle Bogar at second, and Kalena Burns at first base in this game. Denali Leckard being the designated hitter. Allison Ducey and Marissa Peak are your battery. Here is the 2-1, a pitch that swung on and missed by Huscroft. Nice pitch by Allison. 2-2. Riley Sheehy in left. A little shallow in left. Brodie Klosterman in center, playing about natural depth, and Nia Carter in right. 6-1 lead for the Hawks. We're in the top of the 7th inning. See if Iowa can't close it off right here. Foul back behind the backstop. Count remains the same at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Caitlin Neal is on deck. I think it looks like they've got a pinch hitter for Caitlin. We'll give you that information here shortly. Here is the 2-2, called strike 3 on the outside corner. That is the 10th strikeout for Allison Ducey, the first out here in the top of the 7th inning. Batting will be Camille Armendariz will pinch hit for Caitlin Neal, top of the 7th inning. Armendariz has played in both of the first 2 games, both times as a pinch runner. Now she's going to get a chance to bat. Armendariz has no hits and 5 at-bats on the season. Here is the 0-1, one that she'll get a good cut at, and fouled into the backstop. So she certainly looks like she's not afraid to swing the bat. Freshman out of Laverne, California. Appearing in 23 games. Her one start is as a designated player. Otherwise, she's been a pinch runner and 3 times as a pinch hitter. Here she's a pinch hitter. 0-2, swinging a foul. She did hit 20 home runs in her high school career. And the way she's swinging the bat, it looks like she certainly has some pop in that bat to give a pitch a ride. Here's the 0-2, one that she'll swing at again and fouled into the backstop. So the count remains the same at no balls and 2 strikes with 1 out in Nebraska's top of the 7th inning. They scored 1 in the 6th, had the bases loaded when the strikeout of Annie Rayleigh ended that inning. Here is the 0-2, a swing and another foul here back to the press box. Sometimes you just got to duck. Those cameramen are awful brave over there, man. They got to keep the camera right on the line of sight. Let that ball come at you. Let the camera take all that abuse. So the count remains the same at no balls and 2 strikes on Camille Armendariz. Here's the 0-2 from the senior Allison Ducey. And it's a pitch that is swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts. 11th strikeout for Allison Ducey in game number 3 against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. She'll never reach her career high. At least I don't think she will, unless Nebraska is able to put 5 runs on the board, make Iowa bat. The bottom of the 7th inning, her career high in a game is 15 strikeouts. She's at 11 right now. If she strikes this batter out, it'll end the game. And it's Billie Andrews who has struck out. She was the first strikeout victim of the game. Here is the first pitch to her. And sweeping swing by Billie Andrews is a miss, so it's strike 1. 2 gone, and Iowa's top of the 7th inning in the field. It's been a nice performance by Allison Ducey. Defense has made the plays that they've needed to, although committing 1 error today. Here is the 0-1 to Billie Andrews. Down and in, so it's a ball and a strike. Andrews singled in her last at-bat and scored the only run for Nebraska. That on the single by Courtney Wallace. 1 ball and 1 strike on the freshman Billie Andrews. Here's the pitch from Allison Ducey. Fans giving the applause, standing applause. Here's a pitch that's down and in. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Allison trying to be very careful with Andrews. She certainly has a lot of pop in that bat. 38 hits. 125 at bats, 4 doubles, 2 triples, and 7 home runs. She hit 3 of them in the Maryland series a week ago. Here is the 2-1 tour that she'll hit right at Ashley Hamilton at third and across the diamonds. And the Hawkeyes have finished off the Nebraska Cornhuskers here in game number 3 with a good pitching performance by Allison Ducey, striking out 11, yielding 4 hits. And the Hawkeyes with 5 runs in the bottom of their second inning to take the lead. They added a run in the bottom of the third to make it 6-0. Nebraska would get one in the top of the 6th, and that's as close as they could come to the Hawkeyes. So Iowa wins this game by the score of 6-1. And the Hawkeyes will run their record now to 22-17. Nebraska 22-18. So in the Big Ten standings, the Iowa Hawkeyes now will be in 6th place all by themselves, with game number 4 coming up here in the next 30 minutes or so. Another crucial game for the Hawkeyes and necessary to win if they want to have any chance of making an NCAA regional, of course, with 1 weekend of play remaining against the Fighting Illini next weekend. But we've got game number 4 yet coming up. 6-1 the win for the Hawks. Allison Ducey, the winning pitcher. She's won 4 games in a row now. 2 last weekend with the Rutgers and already 2 here this weekend. And game number 4, the second game of the doubleheader today, will come up here approximately 2:55, just before 3 o'clock, but we'll give you that announcement here shortly. 6-1 the win for the Hawks. I'm Jerry Kawada. We'll be talking to you here shortly in the next few minutes. So at the start of game 2 of this doubleheader and the fourth game of the series between the Hawks and the Nebraska Cornhuskers, Sarah Lehman, the senior from Iowa City, Regina High School, is in the circle for the Hawks, making her 12th start, 17th appearance, 94 innings pitched coming into this game. She's looking at the Billy Andrews. And the first pitch from Sarah is upstairs. And for Sarah Lehman, the last time that she saw action in the circle was at Rutgers. Here is the 1-0 that's now 2 balls and no strikes. Pitched in the Friday game in which Iowa won it 11-8. She did not figure in the decision. She went 4 1/3 innings, gave up 9 hits, 5 runs. All were earned, walked 1, did not strike out a batter. Here is the 2-0 to Billy Andrews that's up and in on her. Did not pitch the rest of the Rutgers series and is seeing her first action this weekend against the Nebraska Cornhuskers here in game number 4. Behind in the count now, and Billy Andrews to begin this game, game number 2. Game of today, the doubleheader. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Is now 3 balls and 1 strike. And now there is some conflict. Apparently it was an illegal pitch. That will become ball 4. And now Renee Gillespie coming out and going to have a conversation with the left field third base umpire about the pitch and why he made the call that he did. So Billy Andrews will be on an illegal pitch. First base, that'll bring up Kaylin Kinney. Kinney, the freshman out of Cedar Rapids, prepping at Kennedy High School. And the first game of the doubleheader today, she went 2 2/3 innings in the circle, giving up 5 hits, 6 runs. They all were earned. Walked 5, struck out just 1. She'll be playing first base in this game for the Cornhuskers. Up in the count at 1 ball and no strikes. And there's the 1-0 pitch. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike for Sarah Lehman. Again, this is her 12th game started, 17th appearance, 94 innings pitched. She's thrown coming into this game, 83 hits, 47 runs, 39 of them earned with her 2.90 ERA. Here's the 1-1. That's now 2 balls and 1 strike. 35 walks, 52 strikeouts. Teams are batting .238 against her. So we'll see how she fares. It's been a few games since she's been in the circle. I'll be doing a lot of batting practice throwing. Here is Kaylin Kinney lifting one down the right field line, and it'll go foul. Ashley Hamilton at third base again in this game. Played a nice third base in the first game of this doubleheader. Grace Baines at short. Amber DeSena is playing second base. The freshman from California. Here's the 2-2 to Kaylin Kinney, and she's head out into left field over the outstretched reach of Grace Baines for a base hit. And that puts Billy Andrews at second, brings up Cam Ybarra. So Amber DeSena is playing second base in game number 2, the fourth game, and now all of a sudden head coach Renee Gillespie heading out to the circle, have a chat with that infield. So it's Hamilton, Baines, DeSena at second base. Kalena Burns is playing first base again in this game with Sarah Lehman in the circle and Marissa Peak behind the plate out in the left field against Riley Sheehy. Brody Klosterman in center field, and Nia Carter is in right. They will be facing Olivia Farrell. Olivia pitched in the first game on Friday, in which the Hawks won that game 1-0. She hasn't seen time in the circle until this game here in game number 4. So with nobody out, runners at first and second for Nebraska. Kaylin Kinney, who just singled, is at first. Billy Andrews, who reached first virtue of an illegal pitch on ball 4 is at second, and here is Cam Ybarra. Now Ybarra in the last game was 1 for 3. She is 4 for 10 in the series. She's been struck out twice in this series. She's up in the count of the ball and no strikes. Here is the 1-0 that she hits right to Grace Baines at short. She played the real short hop nicely, quickly wheels to her right and gets the lead runner, Billy Andrews, at third. Nice cover by Ashula Hamilton at third. And 1 gone. Runners move up. Kaylin Kinney at second base. Cam Ybarra now is at first base, and Peyton Glatter will step into the batter's box. The junior batting .203, 16 hits and 79 at bats, couple doubles and 3 home runs. The first pitch to her is up and in. Hawks won the first game today 6-1. Allison Ducey with a nice pitching performance and 5 runs scored in the second inning. Really were all the Hawks needed in that. Did that on 4 hits and 3 walks. Here is the 1-0 that's now 2 balls and no strikes. Hawks would add a run in the third inning to make it 6-0. Nebraska would be able to get a run across in the top of their 6th at bat, and that was as far as they could get. Iowa leading this series at 2-1, looking to take the third game of the 4-game series here in this one in the finale between these two. With that win, Iowa again goes into 6th place all by itself at 22-17. And Nebraska at 21-18. Again, the chase is on for NCAA selection into the NCAA tournament in a couple of weeks. That announcement will be next Sunday. 3 balls and 1 strike on Peyton Glatter, junior right fielder. Glatter was 0 for 2 in the first game today. She's 0 for 8 in the series. Here's the 3-1 to her that she'll lift down the left field line and foul. The only difference in the lineup batting order for the Hawks in game number 2 is that Amber DeSena will be batting 9th, playing second base today. Otherwise, everything's the same. Klosterman, Sheehy, Lecker, Burns, Baines, Carter, Peak, and Ashula Hamilton. Here's the 3-2 from Sarah Lehman. Again, lifted down the left field line, making an effort to dive at it is Riley Sheehy from the left field spot. She dives across the left field line. Can't make the catch, so the count will remain the same at 3 balls and 2 strikes to Peyton Glatter. Glatter second among active Huskers with a 42 career RBIs at Nebraska. Here is the 3-2 right through the center. Over top of Sarah Lehman. Nice pickup out there by Klosterman on the Hawkeye logo, Tiger Hawk logo, and fires it right back into the middle. And Kaylin Kinney held at third base. So Glatter with a single. That's the second hit of the inning off of Sarah Lehman. That was right back through the left side of Sarah Lehman. Had she not ducked, she would have taken that off the left shoulder. That's how close that was to her, right up through the middle. And that will bring up Peyton Huscroft. And she's down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Here is the 0-1 that's now become no balls and 2 strikes. Bases are full of Cornhuskers. Peyton Glatter at first. Cam Ybarra at second. Kaylin Kinney at third. We're in the top of the first inning as they mount a huge threat here against Sarah Lehman in this half inning. DeSena, nice play. The hit was to her. She charged it on the way in and had plenty of time to field it and get it to Marissa Peak at home to force Kaylin Kinney at the plate for the second out. No chance for a double play on Huscroft, so she's on a fielder's choice. It brings up Abby Squire. Squire, the 6th batter in the lineup, the left fielder, the freshman left fielder, Abby Squire, batting 148. Here is the first pitch to her that's off the plate. Squire 0 for 3 with a strikeout in the first game today. And so she's 1 for 9 in the series. Has scored a run and has an RBI. That back in game number 2 that Nebraska won yesterday. 1-0, here's the 1-0 to her. It's called strike 1. 2 gone in Nebraska's top of the first inning. Iowa with one great play after another. Grace Baines with a force on Billy Andrews at third base. And now Amber DeSena gets the lead runner and Kaylin Kenny at the plate. Here is the 1-1. That's ball 2. You can hear the displeasure of the fans in the stands, thinking that was a strike. The home plate umpire says no. So it's 2-1. On Abby Squire. Here's the 2-1 from Sarah Lehman, a pitch that is called strike 2. It did hit the inside corner. Squire with 24 hits and 27 at-bats. She has a double to her credit as an extra base hit and 4 RBIs total on the season. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Sarah Lehman, and it's a ground ball to Grace Baines. Beautiful field. She steps on second base, and that will end the Nebraska Cornhuskers in the top of the first inning. They have the bases loaded 2 different times. Iowa, with defensive plays, makes it happen that they don't get a run in. And we'll go into the bottom of the first inning, scoreless. Brody Klosterman will lead it off for the Hawks when play resumes at 0s between Iowa and Nebraska. So quickly, the box score of game number 3, the first of the doubleheader today, in which the Hawkeyes won it by the score of 6-1. Allison Ducey went the distance. She's pitched 14 innings this entire weekend, gave up 4 hits in this game, 1 in game 1 on Friday. 1 run today, it was earned. She walked 1 batter, struck out 11 today. Excellent pitching performance by Allison. At the plate, Denali Lecker with 3 hits and 4 at-bats, 3 runs batted in, albeit a 3 RBI double. Brody Klosterman was 1 for 3 with a couple of RBIs. And folks, 9 hits total for the Hawks. Nia Carter was 3 for 4. Marissa Peak with a hit, Ashley Hamilton with a double, and Brody Klosterman had a hit as well. So Hawks being the usual Iowa Hawks in that first inning. Here is Brody Klosterman to begin it. Here she lifts one out to right field, and it's over the top of the right fielder. Oh, and what a stab out there for the catch. She misplayed it to begin with. Out in right field, that was Peyton Gladder, and then she took off towards the wall and over her left shoulder makes the grab just in front of the warning track and a slide. But she makes that grab on a hit by Riley Klosterman. 1 gone, and Riley Sheehy will come to the plate. For the Hawks, Sheehy 0 for 3 in the first game today with a walk and a run scored. She scored that as part of the 5-run second inning when she walked then. Looks at a pitch here that is called strike, so it's no balls and 1 strike. In the circle for Nebraska, Olivia Farrell, the senior, 10-9 record. Here's the 0-1 from Farrell to Riley Sheehy, a pitch that's outside, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Olivia Farrell making her 18th start, 25th appearance. 107 2/3 innings she's pitched, giving up 97 hits, 52 runs, 43 of them earned. 2.80 ERA, 40 walks, 93 strikeouts. Again, coming into this action, it's the second she's had this weekend. Here's a hard shot right to second base. Cam Ybarra picks it up and throws out Riley Sheehy. 2 gone in the Hawks' bottom of the first inning. Farrell on Friday had 6 innings pitched, gave up 6 hits, a run. It was earned. Those were back-to-back triples by Errol Bogar and Bradley Klosterman that scored Bogar. Farrell did not walk a batter, struck out 3 through 87 pitches on Friday. Here's Denali Lecker with 2 outs, and the first pitch, she check swing. They're going to appeal down to the first base line. He says no. She did a nice job to hold off on the swing. So 1 ball and no strikes on Lecker. Denali was seeing that softball well in game number 1 today. She singled, she doubled, she grounded out, and then here's one that she'll lift down the first base line and foul. She singled, doubled, and singled. The double was a 3-run single. She didn't score a run, but she was part of that 5-run 5th inning. 2 had already scored by the time she hit the double for 3 more. Evens the count at 1 ball to 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Farrell. Denali lifts it out to left field, pushing the left fielder back to the wall, the warning track. She's at the warning track trying to judge it. Got her glove on it as she was falling down, but it pops out of her glove and allows Denali Lecker to round first on to second. Double. And they're going to issue a double to Denali Lecker. The left fielder had to play it out there. That's Abby Squire, the freshman. I thought for sure it was gone, but it was high enough and short enough that Squire out of left field got to the warning track and got her turned around. By the time she got her glove up to get it in her glove, it was coming down on her, popped out of her glove as she was falling to the ground. So a double issued to Denali Lecker. That's the second double of the day for her. And for Lecker, that's the 10th double of her season. Iowa really doing well with the extra base hits this season. 1 ball to no strikes now on Kalena Burns in there. A good swing and a miss, though. 2 gone, and Iowa's bottom of the first inning. Denali Lecker just doubled, standing on second base. Encouraging Kalena Burns find a gap out in the outfield. See if they can't get her home. Start scoring some runs here. Here is the pitch. It's hit out into right center field. It's going to bounce right in front of the right fielder. On the way home, a throw to home to try to get Denali Lecker would not have been in time. It got all the way home, and on the throw, Kalena Burns, who just singled, will move on to second, but Denali Lecker will score from second base. It was a hard shot out to right center field that Peyton Glatter was able to get to quickly, but Denali Lecker was around third by the time she had picked it up to throw it. She throws it home, cut off by the first baseman, Kaylin Kinney. And now the Hawks with a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first. Brings up Grace Baines. Baines, 187 hitter, 20 hits and 107 at-bats, 5 doubles and a couple of home runs. She was 0 for 2 in the first game today with 2 walks. So 0 for 5 with a couple of walks and a strikeout in the series. Here's one that she'll foul back behind the press box. So it evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Had 3 hits in the Minnesota series. Extended that to the first game of the Rutgers series with a 4-game hitting streak. Hitless in the second game, and then had singles in both the third and fourth game against Rutgers. Here's one out to right center field, right at the center fielder. Did she trap it? It looked to me like that may have bounced on the ground right in front of her glove, but the umpire out here called it an out. I mean, it was as close as you can get with that ball hitting the ground and the glove being there at the same time. Head coach Renee Gillespie is out there talking with the umpire about it. I don't think it's going to get it changed any. Hard to tell. We'd almost have to see a replay of it. You got a replay? Does she catch it? Nod or nay when you know. I can't see it. But Grace Baines is going to be out on a flyout for the third out of the inning. Iowa does get one run. Can't tell. Got the replay right in front of us here, but you can't really see for sure. Yeah, we're not zeroed in on it closely enough to see whether or not the center fielder was able to make that catch. Caitlin Neal, the freshman center fielder, it was a hard shot right out to her left. She had to run about 3 strides to get there and go down to the ground to catch it. The umpire called her out, called it an out on Baines. And everybody's, changed their position now. The Hawks are out in the field, and Nebraska's in their dugout. Just be interesting to see if she exactly caught that or not. So the Hawks get one, take a 1-0 lead in the top of the second inning. So it'll be Caitlin Neal at the plate. For the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Trailing 1-0. Both teams with 2 hits already after inning number 1. Sarah Lehman in the circle for the Hawks. No question that head coach Renee Gillespie going to leave her in as long as she can. Let her go the complete distance. She needs the innings to throw. Neal looks at a pitch. It's called strike 1. She 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts in game number 1 today against Allison Ducey. Here is the 0-1. It's called strike 2 in the outside corner. Neal 1 for 6 coming into the day today, so she's 1 for 8. She's been struck out 4 times this weekend. Down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Sarah Lehman. It gets away from Marissa Peak, a little bit above her. And gets away from her, but no harm done. 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Caitlin Neal, the freshman. Named the preseason Big Ten Newcomer of the Year by D1 softball, and a swing and a miss. And so that's the first strikeout for Sarah Lehman today.
Hey, Sam, what did Squire do in her at bat? She was the last out, but I don't know. I didn't write down what she did. Ground out to Grace Baines.
So Olivia Farrell hitting for herself today. Also, she's in the circle. Farrell did the same thing on Friday, went 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Here's a pitch that she'll swing at and miss. On the season, Farrell just a 95.095 batting average. 4 hits, 42 at bats. That was coming into the series. She's down on the count of no balls and 2 strikes. Here's one she lifts out into right center field, and it hits off the wall. Brody Klosterman doing a nice job of judging it off the wall and getting it back in quickly to Grace Baines, but Farrell smart enough to slide underneath the tag before Baines could get there. What a shot by Olivia Farrell. It hit off the base of the wall into the warning track, and Klosterman judged it nicely. And quickly gets it back into the infield, but not before Olivia Farrell is credited with a double. And for Farrell, that's the 3rd double of the season for her. And that'll bring up Brooke Andrews, a 1-hopper to Ashley Hamilton. And across the diamond for the second out of the inning. Bring up the top of the order, Billy Andrews. She reached first. It was an illegal pitch on ball 4, or the 4th pitch. It was a 3-0 pitch, a 3-0 count, and it was a legal pitch on Sarah Lehman. Andrews was forced out at third base on a ground ball to Grace Baines back in the first inning. Back when Nebraska left the bases full when the Hawks would end the inning. First pitch is ball 1. Two gone in Nebraska's top of the second inning. Olivia Farrell doubled, a one-out double. She's on second base with 2 outs. It's now Billy Andrews at the plate. She has a 1-0 count on her. Here's the pitch from Sarah Lehman. Billy Andrews will bounce just past the outreach of Grace Baines going to her right. And so back-to-back hits. It moves Olivia Farrell to third base. Billy Andrews at first. Andrews with the second hit of the weekend. She was 1 for 6. Coming into today, she has 2 hits today, so she's 3 for 12. Just kind of slowly getting things started for Billy Andrews. It'll bring up Kaylin Kinney, who singled in her last at-bat, was left at third base in that first inning. And here's a pitch that's called strike 1 on Kaylin. Now, Billy Andrews, certainly a threat to steal on 10 of 13 stolen bases on the season. But head coach Rhonda Ravel yet to get her running. Here's one that's fouled down the third base line, shallow, and it'll bring up no balls and 2 strikes on Kaylin Kinney. Again, Kinney, 247 hitter, 18 hits and 73 at-bats, 3 doubles, 4 home runs, 3 of them last weekend against Maryland. Hit 57 home runs as a high schooler at Kennedy High School. Here's one that's bounced right back through the center. Grace Baines off to her left, able to pick it up just in front of second base. No chance for a force on Billy Andrews, but gets Kaylin Kinney running down the line at first base. That will end the Nebraska Cornhuskers here in the top of the second. They get some runners on, can't get them across. The Hawks will come into bat at the bottom of the second inning, leading this game 1-0. Nia Carter will start it off when play resumes. I want to take the time to congratulate and welcome new University of Iowa President Dr. Barbara J. Wilson to the university. She has become the 22nd president of the University of Iowa from a unanimous selection of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa. Her term will begin on the 15th of July. She'll be replacing Bruce Harold, who is retiring. Dr. Barbara J. Wilson was the Executive Vice President and Vice President for Academic Affairs for the University of Illinois system since 2016, but has been part of the 3 main campuses of the University of Illinois since the year 2000. She's been promoted to various faculty roles before becoming Executive Vice President and Vice President for Academic Affairs. We congratulate Dr. Barbara J. Wilson for being selected among a number of candidates for the new presidency of the University of Iowa. She was an assistant professor at the University of Louisville for 3 years. She was a faculty member of the University of Cal Santa Barbara for 12 years. Prior to that, she's from Appleton, Wisconsin, and a graduate of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Congratulations to Dr. Barbara J. Wilson, the new president of the University of Iowa. Nia Carter steps to the plate for the Hawks, looking against Olivia Farrell. Nia helped her batting average out a lot in the last game. She's now at 276, 34 hits, and 123 at-bats. She was 3 for 4 with a couple of runs scored in game number 1, batting in the number 6 spot. Here's the 1-0 pitch to her that she bunts, just foul. So she'll hustle back to the left-handed batter's box. In that first game today, she singled and scored part of the 5-run second inning. In her first at-bat, got on the fielder's choice in the bottom of the third and scored the run there to give Iowa the 6-0 lead. She would then single and single in her last 2 at-bats. So 3 for 4. Here's one that she'll bounce right to the first baseman, Huscroft, who picks it up and elects to tag her versus turn and touch first base. 1 out in Iowa's bottom of the second inning. Marissa Peak at the plate. Marissa in game number 1 today, 1 for 2 with the runs scored. She also walked. Here's the first pitch to her. It's called strike one from Olivia Farrell. Marissa singled in that second inning, was part of the 5-run scoring second inning, was hit by a pitch, flew out to right field, and walked. And her next at bats, down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Here's one that she'll lift foul to come back to the backstop. Marissa been catching all of these games for the Hawks. She'll have caught all 4 of them this weekend. All 4 at Rutgers last weekend. 3 of the 4 against Minnesota. 3 of the 4 against Northwestern. 2 against Wisconsin, although she started all 4 games. She was a designated hitter in 1 and played first base in another. Here's a pitch that's out and away, so it's a ball and 2 strikes. On Marissa Peak, freshman out of Wentzville, Missouri. Suburb north and west of the city of St. Louis, but part of the St. Louis metropolitan area. Here's the 0-2 from Olivia Farrell to Marissa. Nice piece of hitting out into the outfield. She goes. She just reaches out and pokes it and gets enough of it to get a 1-out single. So Ashley Hamilton now will come to the plate. Hamilton slowly working her batting average northward at 167 now. She now is starting in her 14th game and 19th appearance. 6 hits and 36 at-bats with a double, which she hit in game number 1 today. Here is the first pitch to her. It's outside. Marissa Peak at first base. 1 out in Iowa's bottom of the second inning. Ashley Hamilton, the number 8 hitter. Hamilton added a walk to the double that she had in game number 1 today, and she scored a run. She was one of the 5 runs in the bottom of the second inning. After she walked, she then hit a line drive right at Billy Andrews, singled, and then got on the fielder's choice. Ahead on the count at 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch from Olivia Farrell, pitch that is fouled into the backstop. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ashley Hamilton, the freshman year, started 35 of 39 games, got 15 hits and 78 at-bats, that back in 2019. Actually, her freshman year was 2018. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch that she'll go down and get and hit it fouled on the left field line. Hamilton has 6 hits and 36 at-bats and a double to her credit. Here's one that again is lifted and fouled back into the softball diamond to the west of Bob Pearl Field. Again, just a glorious day it's turned out to be. I bet the temperature now is above the 60-degree mark. Got a chance to get outside in between games. And really no breeze to talk about. Here's Ashley fouling another one back into the same softball diamond. .61 degrees currently, so that's exceeded the expected high they thought today. Partly cloudy skies, a light breeze out of the northwest, maybe 5 to 15. Here is the 2-2 that just skims past head coach Renee Gillespie down the third base line. So Ashley doing a nice job of fighting off pitches until she finds the one that she wants to hit for distance. Had a hit in the Rutgers game of game number 1 that she pinch hit for, then stayed in to play third base. And she started at third base in the first game of the doubleheader on Saturday versus Rutgers. Here, this weekend, starting today at third. Started yesterday at third. In game number 2, in the first game of the doubleheader yesterday, she came in the 5th inning to play third and remained in the game and didn't play in game number 1. Full count at 3-2. Here's the pitch from Olivia Farrell, one that she reaches out and pokes right back to Farrell. They'll get the force at second base. It will force Marissa Peak at second. And that'll put Ashley back on base. Ashley Hamilton on the fielder's choice. So bring up Amber DeSena. DeSena with a 111 batting average, 3 hits and 27 at-bats, making her 9th start and 22nd appearance. Here's one that she'll foul right at the plate. Amber's been in and out of the lineup the last few games, though getting some playing time. Playing second base for the senior Arilee Bogar. No balls and 1 strike on Amber DeSena, the freshman from Concord, California. And the next pitch she swings at and fouls it into the backstop. DeSena came in to play second base yesterday. And she did get a hit. Down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Ashley Hamilton at first, 2 outs. Here's a pitch that's away, so it's a ball and 2 strikes. Amber DeSena would come in the top of the 5th inning of the first game of the doubleheader yesterday, which was game number 2. And her only at-bat resulted in a single, that in the 7th inning. She actually batted twice yesterday, 1 for 2. Yeah, she was 1 for 2 in yesterday's game. She came in and replaced Arilee Bogar. She got a single in the bottom of the 7th inning, just couldn't do anything with it. Iowa lost that game 4-0. Here's one that she'll pop up into the infield. Billy Andrews will call everybody off and take it, and that will end the Hawks in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Iowa still leads this game 1-0 as we head into the top of the 3rd. It'll be Cam Ybarra when play continues. So Cami Ybarra will lead it off for the Nebraska Cornhuskers here in the top of the 3rd inning. She reached on a fielder's choice and was stuck at third base. The Hawks had a force out at third, and then they had a play at the plate, another force out there to keep Nebraska from getting any runs across, and then the inning would end. Ybarra was left at third base after getting on a fielder's choice. Here's the first pitch to her from Sarah Lehman. And it's a ball, one ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0 from the senior Lehman. Pitch that's lifted foul on the third base line and out of play. Sarah again pitched one game, a part of a game against the Rutgers, the first game of Friday, the 30th of April, 4 1/3 innings. Prior to that, she pitched in 3 Minnesota games, starting the first one and going 5 1/3 innings. Here is the 1-1. That's off the plate at 2 balls and 1 strike. She pitched in the second game of the doubleheader against Minnesota, going 4 innings, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs. She did take the loss in that game. She took the loss in game 1, 2, the loss in that game. Here is the 2-1 that's hit right to the left of Grace Baines. She got a nice jump on it. It was a line drive from Ybarra that Baines able to reach out and grab it before it gets into the outfield. We've seen that happen a number of times today for both of these teams. Line drives that are plays that are made really well out in the field. And Sarah would pitch in the third 3 games. The third of the 3 games was on Sunday the 25th, where she pitched a couple of innings, 5 hits, 5 runs. They were all earned. She did not figure in the decision at that point, a game that the Hawks lost that one 9-4. Again, that's the Minnesota series, and that's been 3 weeks ago. She's up in the count here, no balls and 1 strike. Here's Riley Sheehy running down the left field line to try to chase one from Peyton Glatter that gets out of play. So no balls and 2 strikes on Peyton Glatter. She singled in her first at-bat back in the first inning. Stranded at second base as part of that bases-loaded situation. Hawks were able to get out of with some excellent decisions on the defense. Here's a pitch that bounces in front of the plate, an off-speed pitch that Marissa Peak had bounce off of her shoulder. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sarah trying to get Glatter to chase one out of the strike zone. So it's a ball and 2 strikes. Sarah Lehman getting the pitch signal from the dugout. Here's one that is a couple hopper and a ground ball that Grace Baines picks up and fires across the diamond to Kalena Burns. So 2 gone in Nebraska's top of the 3rd inning. Bring up Peyton Huscroft, who got on a fielder's choice in her last at-bat and was forced out at second base for the 3rd out of the inning back in the first inning. Their first at-bat. Iowa leads this game 1-0 in the top of the 3rd inning. Here's a pitch that's called strike 1 on Huscroft. Huscroft, 286 hitter. Again, just getting into play here. Had some off-season surgery that took a while for her to recover from and get ready, get into softball shape. Here's another pitch that bounces in front of home plate and off of Marissa Peak. So it's a ball and a strike. 2 hits and 7 at-bats. Huscroft was 1 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout in the last game. The first game of today. 1 for 4 coming into today. Here's one that she'll foul back into the Nebraska dugout. Two for 6 coming into today is Huscroft, slowly working her way in. Here is the 1-2 off-speed pitch that Huscroft doesn't go after, and it goes outside. Here is the pitch, 1 hopper, backhanded by Grace Baines at short, and she does it again. Nice. She's definitely dependable at shortstop. Got a good arm, good solid direct arm and a direct throw. To get Huscroft, the junior out of Omaha, at first base. 3 up, 3 down for Nebraska. We'll head into the bottom of the 3rd inning. It'll be the top of the order for the Hawkeyes. Roddy Klosterman when play resumes. 1-0 Iowa. Want to congratulate University of Iowa women's basketball player Caitlin Clark. She's been invited to the 2021 USA Under-19 World Cup team trials next weekend at Metro State University in Denver. 24 athletes competing for the 12 spots. She was part of the 2019 USA Under-19 team that won gold medal in Japan. We all know what Caitlin Clark did this year as a freshman. Second-team All-American, first-team All-Big Ten. Freshman of the year. It'd be nice to see what she does with that. There's no question that she'll be a part of that program, no matter who's coaching. She's quite a talent for head coach Lisa Bluter. So it's Brody Klosterman just took one off of the elbow, and so she'll head on down to first base after being hit by a pitch. And for Klosterman, that's the first time she's been hit by a pitch this year. So Riley Sheehy will come to the plate with Klosterman just getting on first base. Sheehy hitting .271, grounded up out to Ybarra at second base in her first at bat today, in this game. Here is the first pitch to her. Sheehy 2 for 8 with a walk and a strikeout. Coming into this game, batting .271, 29 hits, 107 at bats, a couple of doubles and a triple. Up in the count at 1 ball, no strike. Here she bunts right at the plate, called foul. Annie Rayleigh doing a nice job of getting that ball right off of the plate, from behind the plate, because it was recorded as a foul ball from the home plate umpire. So it's a ball and a strike on Riley Sheehy. Following Brody Klosterman, who was just skimmed by the pitch from Olivia Farrell. Sheehy, a junior from Newtown, Pennsylvania. Here's the 1-1. Again, she reaches out to try to bunt, and it bunts it foul. So now she's down on the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Nebraska leads the series history against the Hawks, 19-16 coming in. Iowa now is at 20-18. Nebraska. Here's the 1-2 that's outside. Last time the first meeting was back in 1979. The last meeting was 2 years ago in 2019. Iowa won the game 3-1. 2-2 on Riley Sheehy. Here's the pitch. It's outside, going down to second base with a stolen base is Brody Klosterman. She didn't even realize that the ball had gotten past Ybarra. It wasn't anywhere close to Ybarra. And Roddy diving for second base, not realizing that that ball had gone out to right center field, and the outfielders were far away from it. She could have gotten up and backpedaled to third base, but she didn't see it happen. So she's still at second base, but with a stolen base. For Briley, that is just the second stolen base on the season in 2 attempts. So she's successful 100%. Here's one that Riley Sheehy will rip down the third base line, left field line, and it'll go foul. So nobody out. Runner at second base and Briley Klosterman. Iowa leads this game 1-0. We're in the bottom of the third inning and a full count now on Riley Sheehy. Some of the fans have departed the stadium today, but still a pretty good contingent of people in the stands. Here's one that Riley will lift out into left center field. Can it fall? It does not. Nice play by Billy Andrews. She turned and ran out to left center field, then realized that she had already got underneath it and just had to gather herself and turn and catch it above her head, which she does. And that'll be the first out of the inning. Brody Klosterman remains at second base, so Denali Lecker now will come to the plate. Denali on a tear today. She was 3 for 4 in the last game. A 3-run double, part of it. Looks at strike 1 here. And started this game at first at bat for herself with a double, and she was the one who scored the Hawkeye run in the bottom of the first inning. 1 out, 0-1 count on Denali Lecker. Here's the pitch from Olivia Farrell. And it's a pitch that Denali sized up and realized it was outside and does not chase it. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on the freshman out of Ogden. Back into the right-handed batter's box. Infield is playing fairly deep on her. With the runner at second base, outfield is a step deep as well. Here is the pitch to Denali. It's upstairs. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on the freshman. who coming into today was 1 for 5. She changed all that with a 3 for 4 performance in game number 3. So she 4 out of 8. Now 5 out of 9 with the double to begin her at-bats here today. Here's another ball. That's outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Denali Lecker had a 5-game hitting streak earlier this season. Had hit safely in 8 out of 9 games. And has really kind of chipped away at things. 3 back-to-back multi-hit games. Here's a pitch that's down and in and draws a walk. So a 1-out walk drawn by Denali Lecker. She at first base, Brody Klosterman at second base, and Kalena Burns now steps to the right-handed batter's box. Kalena singled in her first at-bat. That was the single that scored Denali Lecker. And 1 out. Here's the pitch from Olivia Farrell to Kalena Burns, and she lifts one off the fist to the second baseman. She got jammed on a pitch, went after the pitch, and just pops up to second baseman Cam Ybarra. Grace Baines now will step to the plate. Grace flew out to kneel in center field in her first at-bat. 2 outs, runners at first and second. Bain looks at a pitch that's called strike 1. Baines at 187 coming into this game on 20 of 107. So she's 20 of 108, 5 doubles and 2 home runs she's hit. Let's see what kind of pitch she can get to drive. Here's the pitch from Farrell, one that Baines gets after, and she'll foul it to the backstop. Baines in the Rutgers series walked 5 times to go along with 2 hits. She scored 3 runs. Actually, she had 3 hits, including her second home run of her career. All in all, Iowa with 34 runs in the Rutgers series on 35 hits. 8 of those hits were home runs. And 21 Hawkeye batters received base on balls. Down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch that Baines will get around on and just hit it foul just beyond the third base line. An aggressive Iowa batting attack. Boy, they're going up there and swinging the bat. Baines remains at 0-2 on the count. 2 outs, runners at first and second. This is game number 2 of today's doubleheader, 4th game of the series. Iowa has won 2 of the 3 games, the first and the third. Here is the 0-2 that dribbles across the plate. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. To Grace Baines, a freshman out of Kansas City, Kansas. Has started and played in every game this season. Here is the 0-2. She hits out into left field, and on her way home to score for the Hawks from second base is Briley Klosterman, and now chance to get a play on her. And so the RBI single for Grace Baines. Moves the runners up. Denali Lecker will be at second base. Baines at first base. Nia Carter will come to the plate with 2 outs. Nia, in her first at-bat, hit a ground ball to Hoscroft at first base, who stepped on the bag. That back in the bottom of the second inning. Here's the first pitch to her that's called strike 1. Making Olivia Farrell throw a pitch. And a strike. Farrell again, the leading pitcher for innings pitched for Nebraska this season, coming in with 107.2 innings. Here's one that's lifted down the left field line. It'll just go foul. Abby Squire giving chase out there, but that thing was fouled by a few feet. So Nia Carter will step back into the batter's box with an 0-2 count on her. 2 gone. Iowa with another run in, leading 2-0. 2 runners on base and 2 out. Here's the 0-2 from Olivia Farrell. Pitch that Nia will just reach out and foul. She didn't want to leave it up to the umpire. Umpire's decision on whether it was a strike or not. So the count remains the same on the number 6 hitter in the order, Nia Carter, the sophomore out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Here's the 0-2 from Olivia Farrell out into left field. Will it drop in for fair? It does. Around third base and coming home is Denali Lecker. She scores, but Grace Baines will be thrown out at third base. So Lecker will score on the single by Nia Carter. But trying to get to third base is Grace Baines, who's thrown out at third base. I think had the throw been let come home, they may have had a chance to get Denali Lecker. But as it was cut off and thrown to third base for the third out. But nevertheless, Nia Carter will get an RBI single. The Hawks score 2, lead this game 3-1, heading into the top of the 4th inning. And it'll be Abby Squire, the number 6 hitter for Nebraska, when play continues. So the Hawks keep inching away from the Nebraska Cornhuskers in this game, although it's a long way from over. Iowa won the first game this afternoon by the score of 6-1. They got up to a 6-0 lead. Nebraska would score 1 in the 6th. They left the bases loaded, had chances to score in volumes, but just don't come through with it. So the Hawks won that game 6-1. Lead here 3-0, scoring 1 in the bottom of the 1st and 2 in the bottom of the 3rd. Now we go to the top of the 4th inning, and Abby Squire at the plate for Nebraska. Facing Sarah Lehman. Here is the offering from Lehman, and it's high and tight. On Abby Squire, the freshman, left fielder, batting 148, 4 of 27. Coming into the game, got on a fielder's choice in her first at-bat. Actually, that was the end of the inning. 0 for 1, fouls this one back behind the backstop. Squire 4 hits and 28 at-bats. Her only extra base hit credit is a double. Here is the pitch. Oh, nice play by Grace Baines, and they get Abby Squire at first. Grace Baines to her left, diving for the ground ball right behind second base, gets it, hops up, and fires a throw to Kalena Burns at first to get Abby Squire. What a play by Grace Baines. 1 out in this top of the 4th inning. Caitlin Neal now steps to the plate. Left-handed hitting Neal, 200 hitter. Struck out in her first at-bat. Here is the pitch that she'll slap bounce right back to Sarah Lehman. So quickly, Nebraska down to 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. And it'll bring up the pitcher, Olivia Farrell. Farrell doubled in her first at-bat with one that was over the top of Bradley Klosterman, and it caromed off of the wall and warning track. That Klosterman played nicely to get it back in quickly to the infield. Really almost had a play at second base on Farrell, who elected to slide in. Here's the first pitch to her. It's called strike 1. Olivia with now 5 hits and 55 at-bats, so she's going to raise her batting average a couple of points to almost 100. And with that double, that is her 3rd double of the season. Down on the count of no balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch to her, called strike 2 in the inside corner. Sarah Lehman hitting those spots. And much like Allison Ducey did in the last game, you know, sometimes it takes a few innings to get going for whatever reason, but you got to get into a rhythm, and that's what Sarah Lehman is doing. Finally getting back into a rhythm. It's been a while since she has pitched. Here is one. Ashley Hamilton will pick up the slow roller to her left and fire it across the diamond, and that's 3 up, 3 down for Nebraska in the top of the 4th inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. It'll be the number 7 hitter, Marissa Peak, Ashley Hamilton, and Amber DeSena when play continues. Iowa 3, Nebraska nothing. Iowa baseball next weekend. They have 3 weekends to go. We got Illinois coming in next weekend. Friday's game will be at 6 o'clock. Iowa 21-14 and currently in tie for 4th place with Maryland coming out of the series win over Penn State this weekend. Iowa will finish the season at Northwestern. The following weekend, that's the weekend of Memorial Day. And then at Michigan State the last weekend in May. Marissa Peak at the plate for the Hawks, leading 3-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning. And an off-speed pitch by Olivia Farrell. Gets her guessing. Marissa, 222 hitter. She singled in her first at-bat, so 21 hits and 91 at-bats for Marissa. Here is the 0-1. Check swing strike, so it's no balls and 2 strikes. The pitch that was up and in on her. Peak has 5 doubles and 3 home runs on the season. Here's the 0-2 from Olivia Farrell. It's outside. Peak hit a home run in the first game of the Rutgers series. That a 3-run home run. Down on the count of the ball and 2 strikes. Here's one that she'll get up underneath. It'll go foul, but can they get to it? And 3 Nebraska players, Brooke Andrews was doing the Willie Mays type thing right next to the left field foul fence. Couldn't quite come up with the catch, and so Marissa Peak will survive for another pitch. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Iowa leads this game 3-0. Hawks with a run in the first, 2 in the third. Just looking to add a little bit at each at-bat. Here is the 1-2 to Marissa Peak. A pitch that she swings at and misses. So she starts off this inning with a strikeout. And that is the first strikeout of the game for Olivia Farrell. Ashley Hamilton now will come to the plate. Hamilton got on a fielder's choice in her first at-bat. 167 hitter, 6 of 37. A double to her credit, that in the last game we played. Here's the first pitch to her that's inside, ball 1. Didn't play in the first game and has played at each of the last 2 games. She came in and substituted in game 1 yesterday. Here she fouls one into the backstop, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 for 2 in the first game of the doubleheader yesterday. Well, the first game yesterday that was to be a doubleheader. She went 1 for 2 in that game and was 1 for 3 in the first game today, so she 2 out of 7 in the series coming into this game. Here's a pitch that's up and away, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike on the senior out of Cedar Rapids, prepping at Kennedy High School. Two balls and 1 strike on Hamilton. Here's the pitch from Olivia Farrell. Pitch that's down and in. 3 balls and 1 strike. 1 out. Started with a strikeout to Marissa Peak. Hamilton, the number 8 hitter, now with a full count on her. Actually 3 balls and 1 strike. And Amber DeSena is in the on-deck circle. Here's the 3-1. Hamilton will swing and miss. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's a 3-2 from Olivia Farrell. A pitch that's hit down the left field line, right over the third base. Right over third base. Boy, she has got that down to a science. She doesn't even stop around first base, heading right to second base. It took a while for the left fielder to get to it, and by that time, Ashley Hamilton was on her way to second base and beat the throw, and a sliding stand and a double. So she had a double in the first game today. Actually, she had the double in the first game yesterday, so she has 2 doubles on the weekend. Here's Amber DeSena with a swing and a miss. So it's the second double of the season for Hamilton. And she's at second base with 1 out. Amber DeSena, the number 9 hitter. Here's a pitch that she'll foul back, so she quickly falls behind in the count at no balls and 2 strikes. She popped up to Billy Andrews at shortstop in her first at-bat. No balls and 2 strikes. Ashley Hamilton at second base and 1 out. Here's the pitch from Olivia Farrell. Pitch that's down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. See if Iowa can just keep adding to the run total with each at-bat. The further they can separate themselves, the better off they are. 1-2 from Olivia Farrell to the right-handed hitting DeSena. Pitch that's up and away, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. So she's worked the count to even. Amber got in a couple games in the Rutgers series, played in all 4 of the Minnesota game series, all at second base. Had a couple of hits, one of them a double. Here's one that she'll foul back behind the press box. Didn't play in the last game. Came in at second base in the first game of the doubleheader yesterday and came in to play for Bogar. She did get a hit in her at bat. Here she is, 2 balls and 2 strikes. She works it to a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Amber DeSena, the freshman out of Concord, California. Ashley Hamilton at second base after just doubling down the left field line. 1 gone. Here's the 3-2 from Olivia Farrell. And it's a pitch that DeSena will rocket a shot right to Brooke Andrews at third base. She'll scoop it, look Hamilton back to second and across the diamond to get Amber DeSena at first base. Nice play by Brooke Andrews. So there's 2 outs. Brings up Brodie Klosterman. Brodie Klosterman, the freshman out of North Liberty. Big Ten co-freshman of the week. Actually having quite a series this weekend, too. 3 out of 8. Here's the first pitch to her that's away. 3 RBIs out of 3 out of 8. She scored a run. Just always productive, no matter what she does from the plate on. Up at the count at 1 ball and no strikes. 2 gone. Here's the 1-0. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike on the off-speed pitch. It's called a strike. Briley, after last week, she had 2 home runs with 5 RBIs and 6 runs scored. Here's a pitch that's down and in, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 8 hits and 13 at-bats last weekend. .615 batting average. And I think it's just been the body of work all season long for that young lady. She was 6 of 7 coming out, hit safely in 6 of 7 games coming into this weekend. It was 7 of 8 until the first game yesterday when she was 0 for 2, but she quickly erased that one to go 1 for 3 today to start a new hitting streak. So she 8 out of 10 games where she's got at least 1 hit. And in that streak, she's got 3 multi-hit games, make it 4. 4 multi-hit games, 2 2-hit games, a 3-hit game, and a 4-hit game. Dating all the way back to Minnesota. Here's one that she laces right up through the middle. Ashley Hamilton around third base. Here's the throw home, and she's going to slide under the tag of Annie Rayleigh. And on the throw home, Brody Klosterman will go on to second base, but it's going to be an RBI single. Ashley Hamilton scores from second, and Iowa now with a 4-0 lead, doing this again with 2 outs. Riley Sheehy will come to the plate for the Hawks. The left-handed hitting Riley Sheehy. 282 coming into today's game. 31 hits, 110 at-bats. She 0 for 2 today, so 31 of 112. 3 doubles and a triple to her credit. And now pitching coach coming out and talking to Nebraska's Olivia Farrell and Annie Rayleigh, the catcher. Iowa with 1 run in the first, 2 in the third, and 1 now here in the fourth. I'll have Brody Klosterman at second base when play resumes. And at the plate will be Riley Sheehy. Sheehy 0 for 3 in the first game today. She did score a run. And she had a walk. She walked and scored in that 5-run second inning. 0 for 3. Otherwise, coming into the day today, 2 for 5. So 2 out of 8 with a strikeout and a walk. Home plate umpires trying to get that conversation to end at the circle, and they do. The Hawks got that determination going. Weren't real happy with themselves coming out of that 4-0 shutout loss to Nebraska yesterday in game number 1. Won the first game today 6-1 and are ahead here 4-0. Here is the first pitch to Sheehy. She'll take a good cut at it. Billy Andrews will pick it up and fire it across the diamond to get Riley Sheehy. But the Hawks get another run. Lead at 4-0 heading into the top of the 5th inning. It'll be the number 9 hitter, Brooke Andrews, for Nebraska when play continues.
fifth inning for the Cornhuskers, number 27, third baseman Brooke Andrews.
So Brooke Andrews will start it off for the University of Nebraska, trailing 4-0 as we move into the top of the fifth inning. Here's the first pitch to her that's down and in. She doubled in her first at-bat. She grounded out to Ashley Hamilton in her first at-bat, this being her second at-bat. Brooke Andrews played third base and didn't bat in the first game today. Here's the 1-0. It's down and in, so it's 2 balls and no strikes. 0 for 2 for the series coming into the game, so she remains at 0 for 2. Now 0 for 3 with a ground out in her first at-bat, the older sister of Billy Andrews. Billy is a sensational freshman for this Nebraska Cornhusker softball team. Here's the 2-0 that gets away from Marissa Peak. 3 balls and no strikes. Hawks can't afford to become complacent at this point. Got to continue to play hard and win this game. Can't let anything get away from them. Hamilton is even with a bag at third, but in about 3 strides, as is Kalena Burns at first. Here is the 3-0. It's called strike 1 right down the middle. Here is the 3-1 that's down and in. So it's ball 4. And that is the first walk issued by Sarah Lehman here today. She had taken down Nebraska in order in the last 2 at-bats. They put a couple runners on at the top of the second inning, unable to score anything, and they had the bases loaded in the top of the first, and the Hawks with 2 force outs to get lead runners and not let Nebraska score. And that will bring up Billy Andrews, top of the order, the 1 year younger sister than Brooke Andrews. And now Marissa Peak will head out to the circle and have a chat with Sarah Lehman. Make sure to get their communication squared away. Billy Andrews coming in with a .302 batting average. Coming into the series, though, Billy at a .310 average. She actually has got on an illegal pitch to begin with today. Then she singled. She was 1 for 6 coming into today. She was 1 for 4 in the last game. So 2 out of 10. Now make it 3 out of 11. And she looks at a pitch that's down and in. For Andrews, though, she's very capable of hitting gaps. She has 4 doubles, 2 triples, and 7 home runs. 1-0. Here's the pitch, a pitch that's called strike 1. Again, Nebraska, 31 home runs on the season. Nebraska, the 5th best hitting team in the Big Ten at 256. Iowa, the 11th best at 239. They raised their points about 17 points with the weekend they had last weekend against Rutgers. Here's one. It's a hot shot to Ashley Hamilton to descend at second base to force Brooke Andrews, but they can't get the relay and the double play, but they do get the lead runner. Nice play by Ashley Hamilton at third base. That was a hot shot hit by Billy Andrews. And 1 gone. Brings up Kaylin Kinney. Singled in her first at-bat and grounded to Grace Baines in her second at-bat. 1 out, top of the 5th, 4-0 Iowa. Here is nice play by Marissa Peak to Grace Baines from the catcher's stance. Billy Andrews trying to steal second base. She is cut down very well. Beautiful throw by Marissa Peak. Great tag by Grace Baines. And that will end Billy Andrews' on-base experience in this top of the 5th. And Kaylin Kinney with 2 outs now hits one out to Nia Carter out in right field, and that will end the inning just like that. So the Hawks playing defense, pitching very well here in this 4th game against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. lead this game 4-0 as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning. And when we get started again, Denali Lecker will get it started for the Hawks. She's already scored twice today. So Courtney Wallace will come in to pitch for Olivia Farrell here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Courtney pitched a nice game in game number 2, the first game of the doubleheader yesterday. 7 innings pitched, 4 hits. She gave up, no runs, walked 2 in the 4-0 win for Nebraska. She also pitched 3 1/3 inning in the second game of the doubleheader today, replacing Kaylin Kinney in that 3rd inning. Kinney went 2 2/3 innings, gave up 5 hits, 6 runs, 6 of them earned. Wallace came in, went 3 1/3 innings, gave up 4 hits but no runs, walked 2, struck out 2. Kinney took the loss, went to 1 2. So Courtney Kinney has pitched 10 1/3 innings coming into this appearance. Courtney Wallace went 2-0 last week at Maryland, and she pitched her first career shutout last Sunday in a 5-inning game and the 4-game sweep for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, facing Denali Lecker to begin this bottom of the 5th inning. Iowa leads 4-0. And the first pitch is down and in. Two balls and no strikes on Denali Lecker. Now she looks at a pitch. That's a strike. So Wallace coming into the weekend, 103 2/3 innings pitched. She's now up to 114 innings pitched. Has given up, here's a line drive right at Brooke Andrews. And she picked it up off the hop, and that throws out Denali Lecker. 1 gone in Iowa's bottom of the 5th inning. They'll bring up Kalena Burns. For the Hawks, Kalena 1 for 2 today. She singled in her first at-bat, an RBI single that scored Denali Lecker back in the 1st inning for the Hawks to take the 1-0 lead. Burns at .253 coming into the game, 22 of 87. Now 23 of 89. Didn't hurt her batting average at all. 4 doubles and 4 home runs. Nobody on, 1 out, and a 1-0 pitch coming from Courtney Wallace, Pitch is down and away, so it's a ball and a strike. Brooke Andrews very deep at 3rd base, as is Huscroft at 1st. The infield very deep. Here's one that's dribbled over to Huscroft at 1st base. She'll scoop it and hustle over to 1st for the out. 2 gone in Iowa's bottom of the 5th. It brings up Grace Baines. Baines with an RBI single. In her first at bat. Here's a pitch that's down and in on her.
What did Baines do in her last at bat? Single, that's what I thought.
Up in the count of the ball and a strike on Courtney Wallace is Grace Baines, freshman out of Kansas City, Kansas. Here is Pitch as she takes a cut at it, misses. Grace has just played a sensational shortstop. Doing a lot of things, backhanding, diving for ground balls to her left, hopping up, throwing direct strikes over to first base. Just plays really a nice shortstop. You can widen your infield when your shortstop can play as well as she does. 1-1 count here. She takes a cut at one and fouls it into the backstop. So she'll have a 1-2 count on her on the next pitch from Courtney Wallace. 2 outs. Iowa's bottom of the 5th inning. Hawks leading at 4-0. Stepping back on the rubber is Courtney Wallace, getting the pitch signal from the dugout. Here's the windup and the pitch, and a swing and a miss and a strikeout. That's out number 3. That's the second strikeout of the game only for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, but it ends the Hawks quickly here in the bottom of the 5th inning. So we'll head into the top of the 6th inning. Cam Ybarra will get it started for Nebraska, the number 3 hitter, when play resumes. So Cam Ybarra will begin it for the Nebraska Cornhuskers as we move into the top of the 6th inning. Ybarra, the senior second baseman, got on the fielder's choice in her first at-bat. That back in the top of the 1st inning when Nebraska loaded up the bases 2 different times. Iowa would get a force at third, and they'd get a nice force at home to not allow any of those lead runners to score. Left them bases loaded at the end of that first at-bat for Nebraska, and Iowa would come and score one in the bottom of the 1st inning. Just kind of seemed to deflate the Nebraska Cornhuskers. But we'll see what Ybarra does here in this at-bat facing Sarah Lehman. Lehman's first pitch, an off-speed pitch called strike 1. Nice off-speed pitch. Sarah, during the season, has been very effective with that off-speed pitch at various times of an at-bat. Doesn't have to be, in any one particular situation. Here's a pitch that's off that corner. Strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes on Cam Ybarra. Ybarra 1 for 3 in the first game today. Here's a pitch that's down and away. Coming into the day today, 3 of 7. So she's 4 out of 10. Now she's 4 out of 12, batting .333 today. Batting average at .298 overall. Here is the 1-2 to her. That's again off the plate, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ybarra with 37 hits and 124 at-bats, so 37 and 126. She has hit 10 doubles and 4 home runs, as I'd mentioned, because she was batting behind Tristan Edwards, probably Nebraska's best player who's not even here this weekend. She was in a very advantageous situation when they would pitch around Tristan Edwards to get to Ybarra, and she was able to come through with base hits. And now Ybarra takes a foul ball off of herself. Head coach Rhonda Ravel walking down the third base line to be sure that her senior second baseman is okay. And she is, so she'll step back in the left-handed batter's box with a 2-2 count on her from senior Sarah Lehman, the Iowa City Regina product. From a good, strong family here in Iowa City, the Lehman family. Here's the 2-2, one that's ripped down the first base line and foul. The Ybarra gets around on that one. So Cam Ybarra, again in her second year in Nebraska after spending 2 seasons at Oregon State. She started all 59 games at second base for Nebraska the last 2 seasons, was a 2018 Pac-12 all-defensive and all-freshman team honoree at Oregon State. Again, her freshman year, and elected to transfer back to Nebraska Ibarra, a senior from Mission Viejo, California. I thought you put that cow out to pasture there, Kelly. Here's the 2-2, one that Ibarra again will hit down the first base line. So again, Cam Ibarra, senior from California, a 2018 Pac-12 All-Defensive and All-Freshman team honoree when she was at Oregon State. Here's the 2-2, and again, she'll foul it back into the netting of the backstop. So 2-2 with nobody out here. Top of the sixth inning. Iowa leads 4-0. Cam Ibarra. Here's the pitch that she'll lift out into left center field. On the move is Riley Sheehy in front of Briley Klosterman to make the out. And that's one out in the top of the sixth. Peyton Glatter will step to the plate. She singled in her first at-bat and grounded to Grace Baines in that second at-bat. Glatter, a 203 hitter coming into the game at 16 of 79. She was 0 for 6 coming into today. So she 0 for 8. Here's one that she lifts out to right field. Is pushing Nia Carter back to the wall, and it is gone. A solo home run hit by Peyton Glatter puts Nebraska on the board, and a 4-1 Iowa Hawkeye lead. For Peyton Glatter, that's the fourth home run of the season. The first home run this weekend hit by Nebraska, and remember they hit at least 6 last weekend, 3 from Kaylin Kinney, 3 from Brooke Billy Andrews, and the sweep over Maryland last weekend, and assistant coach Rick Dillinger out now to talk to Sarah Lehman. That hit was well over Nia Carter's head out into right field. It definitely was a home run. There was no question about it. Now, Coach Dillinger and talking to Sarah Lehman and Marissa Peak about the kind of pitches that they want to throw and not put them in any hitting zone to allow Nebraska to get any momentum going. Still 4-1. We're in the top of the sixth inning. But momentum can swing quickly and swiftly. You got to be careful. Home plate umpire out there to break up the party, and that's a nice home run hit by Peyton Glatter at the 9th of her career. 4th of the season, 18th run batted in. Again, she's ranked second among active Huskers with 42 career RBIs. Here's one that's hit off the leg of Sarah Lehman, and it'll go past Amber DeSena, who was going to her right. It went back to her left. She couldn't get to it, and Nia Carter will pick it up in right field. So the home run hit by Peyton Glatter is followed by a single by Peyton Huscroft, and that brings up Abby Squire. Still one out in Nebraska's top of the sixth inning. And it looks as if a pinch runner is going to be coming in for Peyton Huscroft, perhaps. Abby Squire, projected hitter, is in the right-handed batter's box. Well, there is no change. And I'm going to say, so the Hawks are going to bring in Lauren Shaw for Sarah Lehman. Top of the sixth inning with one out and one on. Lauren Shaw will be pitching to Abby Squire when play continues. Peyton Huscroft will be the responsibility of Sarah Lehman. So for Lauren Shaw, Lauren pitched all 7 innings of the first game yesterday, of the only game yesterday. She gave up 9 hits, 4 runs. 2 of them were earned. She didn't walk anybody and struck out 5. So the updated statistics on Lauren are this. She now at 7-4 This will be her 19th appearance. 83 and 2/3 innings, giving up 89 hits, 35 runs, 24 of them earned. Thus her 2.01 ERA. She's walked 14 batters. And as I'd mentioned yesterday, she really does a nice job in not walking people. 14 batters over 83 and 2/3 innings is a very low ratio. She has struck out 49. And she's facing and a crack out to left field by Abby Squire. On the first pitch, she laces it down the third base line, and that'll move Peyton Huscroft to third, Squire to second. And that'll bring up Caitlin Neal. Didn't even have a chance to turn and look back and see what these batters did against Lauren Shaw in that 7-inning game. Squire singled off of Lauren Shaw yesterday. It also was hit by a pitch. She scored against Shaw, that back in the 4th inning of the first game yesterday. Here's one that's slap hit to third base. A nice play by Ashley Hamilton to look the runner back to third. She gets it across the diamond to Kalena Burns for out number 2. A solo home run by Peyton Glatter makes it a 4-1 game, and now back-to-back hits by Peyton Huscroft and Abby Squire. Squires came off of Lauren Shaw. Caitlin Neal has grounded out to Ashley Hamilton at third, and now Olivia Farrell. Actually, it's going to be Jordan Courtney Wallace batting for Farrell in the top of the 6th inning with runners at second and third. Here's the pitch to her that's now 2 balls and no strikes. Courtney batted in the cleanup spot, playing first base in the last game, was 1 for 3 with an RBI. Here is the 2-0 tour that's outside, so it's 3 balls and no strikes. Lauren Shaw in the circle now for Sarah Lehman. She's got runners at second and third. Courtney Wallace didn't play in. She didn't bat in the game in which she pitched. Here's ball 4 to her. That'll load up the bases. And it'll bring up Brooke Andrews. Rosapika now talking to Lauren Shaw. Rhonda Ravel encouraging Brooke Andrews to look out between third and first, right field, left field lines to put that ball into play somewhere. Brooke Andrews walked in her last at-bat, grounded out in her first at-bat. Has teammates covering the bases, 4-1 lead. Here's the first pitch from Lauren Shaw that is fouled back into the backstop. So Brooke Andrews 0 for 2 coming into today. Didn't bat in the last game. Brooke Andrews, a .234 hitter, though, coming into the series at 15 hits and 64 at-bats with 4 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs. So she definitely has some pop in that bat. Here's an off-speed pitch. It's called strike 2. So quickly down to the count at no balls and 2 strikes is Brooke Andrews with 2 outs. Can the Hawks do it again? Let them load them up and take them down. We'll see if it happens here. Bases are loaded. Outfield playing at about normal depth. Hamilton and Burns are right even with the bag at third and first, respectively. Here's the 0-2 from Lauren Shaw. It's outside. See if Brooke Andrews would go chase one, but she does not. Here's the 1-2 from Lauren Shaw. Off-speed pitch called strike 3, and the Hawks get it done again. With the bases loaded, Lauren Shaw comes in and shuts the door on Nebraska. They get 1, make it 4-1. Now we head into the bottom of the 6th inning. Hawks will come to the plate. Nia Carter will get it started for Iowa when play resumes. So we head into the bottom of the 6th inning. Nebraska putting some pressure on that Iowa defense, come up with plays, which they do. They get 1 run, leave the bases loaded for the 2nd time today, and get only 1 across. Iowa leads it 4-1. Heading into the bottom of the 6th inning, we'll see what the Hawks can come up here with Nia Carter leading it off for the Hawks. Facing Courtney Wallace. And here's one that's hit right at Brooke Andrews at third. First pitch, and it's ground out, 1 out for the Hawks. So Marissa Peak now steps to the right-handed batter's box. Marissa Peak 0 for 2 today. Bounced back to the Olivia Farrell in her first at-bat. Actually, she singled in her first at-bat, pardon me. She was 1 for 2. She struck out in her second at-bat. She's facing Courtney Wallace here in this at-bat. And against Courtney yesterday, here's a pitch that's called strike 1, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Marissa was 0 for 3 against Courtney Wallace in yesterday's first game of the doubleheader, game 2 of the series. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch to her. She takes a cut at and misses, so she's down on the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Marissa Peak coming into the series that hit safely in 3 of her last 4 games. 3 RBIs in the first game against Rutgers, albeit a 3-run home run. And the 4-game sweep of Rutgers last weekend. Here's a pitch that she'll bounce right back to Courtney Wallace. She flips it over to first base, and that ends that at bat for Marissa Peak. So Ashley Hamilton now will step to the left-handed batter's box, doubled and scored in her last at bat. Scored on the Brodie Klosterman single. Reached on a fielder's choice in her first at-bat. And facing Courtney Wallace here off the fist of the bat to Billy Andrews, and they will get Ashley Hamilton at first base. So the Hawks quickly 3 up and 3 down to the bottom of the 6th inning. We'll head into the top of the 7th. It'll be the top of the order. Billy Andrews to start things off for the Nebraska Cornhuskers when play continues. So Lauren Shaw probably will end things for the Hawks here in the top of the 7th inning as she's come in to relieve Sarah Lehman. She came in the top of the 6th inning and promptly gave up a single to Abby Squire. So it's Billy Andrew to start things off for Nebraska. The Hawks can only take a 1 out at a time. Hamilton at third, Baines at short, DeSena at second, and Kalena Burns at first with Lauren Shaw in the circle. Here's the first pitch to Billy Andrews. It's off the plate. Marissa Peak behind the plate. Riley Sheehy in left. Brodie Klosterman in center. Nia Carter in right. They seem to be shallow. At least a step in on Billy Andrews. Got to be careful with her ability to put that ball in play and find those gaps and hit the long ball. Here is the pitch that she's jammed on, and she'll take a cut at and foul it back into the stands just in front of the press box. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on the freshman Billy Andrews. Certainly all Big Ten performer this season. Certainly she and Bronte Klosterman will be part of that all-freshman team by season's end. One ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Lauren Shaw, a pitch that's just off the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kaylin Kinney on deck, the number 2 hitter in the lineup here in this game, playing first base today. She pitched in the last game. Iowa knocked her out of the circle in the 3rd inning, their 3rd at bat. Here's the 2-1 from Lauren Shaw to Billy Andrews. Nice off-speed pitch. Catches Andrews frozen at the plate, and it's across the plate for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the freshman. She got on a fielder's choice in her last at-bat. Singled in her second at-bat, was stranded at first base. And back at the beginning of the game, she reached first base on an illegal pitch from Sarah Lehman. Here is the 2-2 that now becomes 3 balls and 2 strikes. 4-1 the lead for the Hawks. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Top of the order for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Iowa looking to take 3 games of the 4-game series. Run their record to 23-17 and look forward to that Fighting Illini series next weekend. Again, next Friday's game has been moved from a 3 o'clock start to a 7 o'clock start. Big Ten Network will be covering that one, as well as Sunday's game, which has been moved from noon to 3 o'clock on Sunday. Here's one that's nice off-speed pitch, and Amber DeSena will track it down. Boy, what a big out that is. A nice off-speed pitch by Lauren Shaw. Got Billy Andrews out in front of it, so she didn't have a lot of power, or enough power really to hit it anywhere, but up. That's a big out for the Hawks to begin this top of the 7th inning. Kaylin Kinney comes to the plate. 1 for 3 today in this game. Here's the first pitch from Lauren Shaw. It's fouled back into the backstop. Lauren Shaw, the senior out of LaGrange, Ohio, just outside of Cleveland. Here is the 0-1 to Kaylin Kinney, called strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes on the freshman Kaylin Kinney. Here's the pitch from Lauren Shaw. Lauren tried to get her to go after one, and she doesn't. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kinney was 4 for 5 in this series last weekend against Maryland. 4 for 4 in a game in which she hit 3 home runs and had 6 runs batted in. Here's the pitch that she rips right at Ashley Hamilton, a line drive that Ashley will contain. And Nebraska down to its last out. Cam Ibarra. Certainly no easy out whatsoever. But she is 0 for 3 in this game. Ibarra was 1 for 3 in the last game. So she's 4 for 13 in the series and looks at a pitch as the first strike. And as I mentioned, Cam Ibarra, it's just her 2nd season here at Nebraska after spending first 2 seasons at Oregon State, part of the 2018 all-freshman defensive team. Down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Lauren Shaw, one that's a ground ball right to Amber DeSena to Kalena Burns, and the Iowa Hawkeyes have won 3 of the 4 games against the Nebraska Cornhuskers, run their record to 23-17, and certainly in 5th place. Let me check that. In 6th place for sure by themselves, with the Fighting Illini coming in next weekend. Illinois and Indiana were tied for 4th coming into today's play with 23-17 records. That is where Iowa is right now at 23-17. And they have the Fighting Illini coming in next weekend. And certainly all the marbles will be on as many wins as Iowa can get to have a chance to be selected as an at-large team into the NCAA regional tournament, which is in 2 weeks. That decision will come next Sunday night after the regular season has ended. Nice pitching performance. Sarah Lehman did a nice job in the circle. Lauren Shaw came in to get the save and shut it down. Iowa wins both games today of the doubleheader. They split with Nebraska in the first 2 games. Nebraska won yesterday's second game 4-0, and the Hawks won the first game 1-0. Alice Aducey with a one-hitter then. So I'm glad you were able to tune in here this afternoon for this afternoon's broadcast of Iowa and Nebraska. Big Ten softball. The Hawks win 3 games out of 4 against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And again, we'll host the Illinois Fighting Illini come next Friday. Next Friday's game has been moved to 7 o'clock. Big Ten Network coverage of that. I'll have that broadcast for you as well, BTN+. 7 o'clock start time. It's moved back, and it looks to me like it's going to be a nice night. Temperature in the 70s, early 70s, maybe late 60s, right around 70 degrees for that game next Friday night between the Fighting Illini and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Here's the final box score on it. Sarah Lehman went 5 1/3 innings, gave up 6 hits, a run. It was earned, 2 walks, and 1 strikeout. She does get the win at 6 and 8. Olivia Farrell will get the loss. She went 4 innings, gave up 7 hits, all 4 runs, which were earned, a walk and a strikeout. Courtney Wallace finished it off for Nebraska, but didn't go 7 innings because Iowa didn't have to bat in the bottom of the 7th. Wallace with 2 innings pitched, gave up no hits, no runs. She struck out 1 batter. The Hawkeyes had 7 hits spread among 7 players. Klosterman with a hit, Lecker with a hit, Burns with a hit, Baines, Carter, Marissa Peak, and Ashley Hamilton. 7 hits is all it took for the Hawks today to score 4 runs. Didn't commit any errors in this game. The Nebraska Cornhuskers had 1 run. They also with 7 hits today. The long ball was the home run hit by Peyton Gladder. That in the top of the 6th inning. They left the bases loaded in both the 1st inning and the 6th inning. And Iowa ends up winning this game by the score of 4-1. So again, next Friday, a 7 o'clock start time. I'll be talking to you a little bit before the hour of 7 o'clock to get that game rolling between the Hawks and the Fighting Illini in the 4-game series. I'm Jerry Kawada. Thanks for tuning in here this entire Sunday afternoon and all weekend long for Iowa softball. We'll talk to you again next Friday for Iowa, Illinois at a little bit before the hour of 7 o'clock.